Okay, good morning, everyone, and welcome to Science, Technology, and Energy for Wednesday, the 14th, I believe, of January, 2026. We're here this morning to hear a presentation from the Department of Environmental Services. I'll turn it over to them in just a second, but I also want to remind members that this afternoon, after lunch, we will be hearing Thank you for noticing that. I didn't. So we will be hearing some bills this afternoon, including House Bill 1723, 1128, and 1618 FN, and House Resolution 35. So before we get to all that, we will hear a presentation from DES. So I'd like to now turn it over to members of the department. Welcome. Great to see you all.
Good morning, Chairman Vos and members of the committee. Thanks for having us. I'm Adam Crapo. I'm the Assistant Commissioner at the Department of Environmental Services. I have Craig Wright here. He's our Air Division Director. And then in the audience, I have Mike Fitzgerald. He's our Assistant Air Division Director. And Kathy Beam, she's our SIP Administrator. So she handles all things state implementation plan. So I thought I'd first start. You all have a handout with
Could I interrupt you just for a second? Representative Notter pointed out that I forgot to do the pledge, so we'll take a quick detour here
Yes.
and ask everybody to
Thank you.
rise for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag Sorry about that. Continue.
That's okay. I'm going to be brief because I have to jump. You guys are keeping us busy this session. I have to jump to another committee hearing at 10:30 or 10:45 around that time. So I'll keep my section brief. So on the first or second page, I guess, of the presentation, you have our organizational chart. We have, obviously, the commissioner is Robert Scott, and then we have 4 separate divisions. We have the commissioner's office, which I directly oversee. We handle things such as the traditional business functions like HR, legal, project management, making sure that we're leaning our processes, things of that nature, planning. And then you have the waste management division. They handle things like solid waste, underground and above ground storage tanks for oil and other petroleum products. You have brownfields and Superfund sites there. They handle most of our PFAS operational needs for PFAS, although that's very much cross-divisional, as you may imagine. You have hazardous waste there as well in MTBE, and they handle our drinking water, groundwater trust fund, which is we received a settlement a number of years ago for MTBE impacts to the state, and it was nearly $300 million, and that's handled by them. And then we have our water division, which handles things like dams. We have 2,600 dams in the state. About 10% of those are state-owned. Many of you probably hear from your constituents about land management permits. Land resources management is under that program or division, and then they handle drinking water, wastewater, and then we also have. I think we're the only state in the country that owns and operates our own wastewater treatment plant, and so that division handles that. And then you'll hear much more about the air division today, which is what you traditionally hear about. But they handle, the traditional smokestack industries. They monitor and work on clean energy initiatives and definitely air toxics and environmental health. So they kind of have a pretty diverse and broad charge. So the first thing I thought we'd get to after that is RGGI. So, there's a bill in the legislature. Many of the folks on this committee are sponsoring it, but I thought I'd touch on RGGI and go into the reason why that bill is needed. As many of you know, RGGI is a regional cap and trade type initiative We and 9 other states participate, and our power generators pay an auction price per ton of greenhouse gases emitted. And over time, the intent of that program is that that cap declines in each state, and so therefore less emissions, and that revenue actually goes. Each state has their own individual programs, and so that revenue goes into whatever that state decides. So for us specifically, the first dollar for every ton emitted, that goes to energy efficiency programs, and then the rest of that money per allowance is distributed to the ratepayers, so as rebates, and so that's how that's done. We are somewhat unique in the RGGI model because we require both statutory changes and rule changes to make changes to our program periodically, and we've done 2 program reviews already. This is the 3rd one to look at program design and the mechanics of RGGI. How is it working? Are there changes that need to be made? And so what we're proposing in it's HB 1738 is to implement that program review. And in that legislation, we see it as more of a housekeeping change. And the reason for that is this is necessary to maintain our status in the RGGI program. If we don't adopt this, there are consequences to that, and the RGGI states may not allow us to participate in the market. So the reason why that's important is because we get, at least in 2024 and historically, we get a lot of that money from the allowances to be rebated directly to customers. And if we did not participate, we wouldn't get those rebates, and the ratepayers would still pay the cost to be in the program. So that's an important point, because we've heard different opinions on RGGI, which is fine, but at the end of the day, if we don't participate, we actually lose money, and our electric rates go up. So that's the main reason why that bill is important. Another important note on that program review is that we are committing to the caps until 2030, and then another program review will be done in 2028 to determine what the next few years will look like. So that's important. And then the other point I'll note is that allowances in the last cycle were around $27. So 26 in the last auction. So 26 of those dollars went to those rebates. And 2024, it was around $64 million that were rebated back to customers directly on their electric bill. And then, so I'll turn it over to Craig. I don't know if you want to go through some of the more nuanced mechanics of it and some of the finer points.
So, thank you, Adam. Thank you. Adam hit on a couple of points I was going to hit on, but I'm going to re-hit them because I think they're really important for the committee to understand as we move forward with the bill that you'll be hearing later this month. As Adam mentioned, RGGI is a cooperative between 10 northeastern states. Each state has an independent program, but there's a consistency of a model rule at all states. And in New Hampshire, the legislation is the foundation of our program. We actually have a very specific regulation that lays out a lot of the various program elements, and then we have an underlying state administrative rule that we adopt to do some of the finer nuances and talk about how we would participate in the regional auctions. So again, each state establishes its CO2 budget as part of the collective group of 10 states. Market forces are what determine the price of the allowances. The states are not determining the price of the allowances, it's the market forces. These go through a competitive auction process to distribute these allowances, and that's where the prices are set. It's set through that competitive auction process that RGGI Inc. runs on behalf of the 10 states. There is also a secondary market where sources can also buy allowances, and that's very important because that provides additional ways for regulated sources to get allowances that they need to cover their emissions when they need to true up each year. So the secondary market plays a very important factor. Generally, the secondary market and the auction allowance price track very close to each other. It's what you would expect. Typically, the market, The secondary market tends to run a little bit higher before an auction, and then it comes in line with the auction price after the auction is completed. And again, Adam mentioned this, and I'll have a slide later that demonstrates, it shows the numbers again, that shows that each state determines how each state determines how they spend their allowance proceeds, and different states have different investment strategies. Adam mentioned last year, the RGGI states completed the third programmatic review. That's an important component to the RGGI program. There needs to be some sort of periodic review of how we're doing, how's the market responding to the number of allowances being sold, how is that impacting bills, how is the funds being distributed and invested in the various economies of those states. So we just completed that in 2025. As mentioned, we need to update the legislation to bring it in line with that 2025 review. Adam kind of went over this, but this is really the fundamentals of how the RGGI program works. You identify the sources that are covered under the program. In the RGGI states, it's fossil fuel generators over 25 megawatts power production. So you identify those as sources that are subject to the program. You determine a regional cap. You have states have their own caps that add up to the collective regional cap. And then you go through a process of issuing allowances. And the way the RGGI states do that is through that auction process that I already mentioned. One allowance is equal to 1 ton of emissions. So the allowances are totally fungible between states. Once they're in the marketplace, once they're owned by a compliance entity or even investors, they are fungible across state lines. At the RGGI allowance auctions, allowances are sold in groups of 1,000, of which New Hampshire would be a certain percentage of that 1,000 allowances. So it's a very mechanical system. The auctions, I think we just had auction number 70 last year. So we do 4 auctions a year. So the mechanics of it work very good. There's only been one situation I'm aware of where a source was having issues getting into the auction, and that was dealt with by extending the auction. So there's also, in addition to a regional wide cap that drops over time, there's also a program element called a cost containment reserve. That's a very important consumer protection part of the RGGI program. What that says is there's a set of allowances above the cap that if the allowance price hits that during an auction, additional allowances are released into the auction to help lower the price. So there's fixed points where the CCR gets hit. It's been hit the last 2 years. In the first auction of the last 2 years, the market seems to be driving the prices up a little bit in speculation as to where the market's going long term. And there's a lot of investors in the market at this point too, in addition to compliance entities. So anyways, that cost containment reserve is very important, and that's going to be one of the programmatic changes that you're going to see in the legislation. And I'll talk about that in just a minute. Just 2 really quick slides and regarding how New Hampshire fits both within the RGGI footprint and also within the ISO New England footprint. This first one is within what we call the RGGI 10. That's all of the 10 RGGI states that are currently part of the RGGI program. That can fluctuate year to year. I won't get into that a little bit. States come in, states come out. But for now, we'll just say there's the 10 states in RGGI, and we'll focus on what we call the RGGI 10. On the right side here, this looks at retail sales of electricity across the entire RGGI footprint. Now, that's beyond ISO New England. That includes ISO New England, ISO New York, and part of PJM. So it includes 2 complete ISOs and 1 partial ISO. But you can see on there, New Hampshire consumes about 2.7% of the electricity, at least according to EIA, which is the best source of information I have in 2023. But if you look on the left chart here, when you look at the allowance distribution, that's what percentage of the allowances New Hampshire owns versus other states. You can see of the total pie, New Hampshire owns about 4.5%. So you could argue in some levels that we're over-allocated in terms of our retail electrical consumption. So that's good for New Hampshire, to be honest with you.
So I have a quick question.
Sure.
Does that mean that we pay 2.7% of the costs of RGGI, but we get back 4.5% of the returns?
So when we talk about costs, I think it's a little bit easier to talk. Yes, I would say generally, but I would nuance that by saying I think we should talk in terms of the ISO New England footprint and not the broader RGGI 10 footprint, because you have multiple ISOs in there, and it gets really confusing. So I'll go to the next slide. And this slide just looks at ISO New England. And this looks at, again, the same two things. What does New Hampshire consume for electricity? What is our allocation of allowances? On the right, again, using 2023 EI data, it shows New Hampshire consumes around 9.5% of the electricity in ISO New England footprint. And you look at the left chart, you can see that New Hampshire gets about 15% of the RGGI allowances within the ISO New England. So.
Representative Reynolds has a question for you.
Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, the allocation of allowances were based on historical emissions when RGGI started, right? When you say our allowances, so they were distributed based on the historical emissions profile of the state, right?
Yeah, there was a very, I'll let you finish the question. It's always more complex than a
Yeah.
simple answer, but
And when you say the allowance, New Hampshire has allocated the allowances, are they to the state or are they to the emitters?
so there was a very, at the early stages of RGGI, we're talking back in 2005, 6, 7, there was a lot of negotiation amongst the RGGI states as to how allowances would be distributed. Emissions served as a foundation of how they were distributed at the time. New Hampshire at the time, because we had a couple of new power plants that were under construction, 2 gas plants, one in Londonderry, one in Newington, we received, I won't call them bonus allowances, but we received a little bit of a bump to account for that future generation within the state. But yes, generally, it was based on emissions. And your second part of the question, I think, was the allowances are owned by the state, and they are distributed through an auction. And compliance entities can purchase them either through the auction or they can purchase them through the secondary market.
I'll add, these are fossil fuel powered plants that are over 25 megawatts.
Follow up.
So just a disparity, of course, one of our, located in New Hampshire, largest power plants in the region is Seabrook, which it's not a fossil plant, doesn't emit. So the disparity or difference between emissions and electricity, usage, consumption would be attributed to that, right? We don't, our biggest power plant doesn't emit.
You're correct. The nuclear power plant on the seacoast is not a RGGI source,
Electricity sales to allowances.
but its electrical generation
Right.
goes to the ISO New England grid. Yes. The Assistant Commissioner mentioned this. In terms of auction proceeds, again, when those allowances are sold at the determined auction price as set during the auction, New Hampshire receives proceeds back. Those funds go to the Department of Energy. They generally manage those funds, and as mentioned, under New Hampshire statutory requirements, the first dollar goes into energy efficiency programs. The balance of the funds are put into return to ratepayers in the form of rebates on their electrical bills, and that's all handled by the Department of Energy. This chart here just looks at the last, I think, 6 or 7 years, and it shows on the second column, it shows what our annual proceeds have been from the RGGI allowance auctions, what the clearing price, the average clearing price for the year has been. And then it looks at the first dollar, which goes to the energy efficiency programs, and then the amount rebated to ratepayers. The bottom line point here is currently under the current construct, about 95% of the revenue that New Hampshire is receiving from the sale of allowances is being rebated back to consumers on their electrical bills.
Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. What accounts for the steep rise in the average allowance price? It's going from 441 in 2018 to 2019 and 2024. It's a pretty steep rise.
So again, the prices are set at the auctions. So the states don't set the prices. It's market forces that are setting those prices. We have, every auction, we have a market monitor who puts out a report and tracks who's buying the allowances, whether they're compliance entities. Investors are allowed to buy allowances. What has been happening over the last couple years since we've been talking about the 2025 program review, what was just announced, eventually the market is anticipating that at some point in the future, we're going to go to zero on emissions. Now, again, that's market speculation. So market speculation is what is setting the price.
And I mean, and I'll just mention, to put a finer point on that, right? The point of RGGI is all 10 states or any states that are participating in it are gradually reducing the amount of allowances that they provide. So that's the supply side. And then the demand, because that's reducing, the demand for those allowances goes up, which increases the price. Largely, that's one of the larger factors.
Representative McGee has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. So just referring to this chart, I noticed that in 2018, 77% of the RGGI proceeds were part of the ratepayer rebate, and now it's up to 95%, so it's an additional 19% that is now going to people on their bills. And I'm just wondering, is that based on legislation that's changed it's increased the amount that's going on bills?
The statute specifically says the first dollar of the allowance, that the allowance price goes to energy efficiency programs.
And can I follow up?
And so as the prices increase, that first dollar becomes a lesser percentage of the overall allowance price.
Right, that would make sense. Can I follow
Follow
up on
up.
that? So, and when we decided that $1 would be what we would pull aside and that the rest of it would be ratepayer rebates, what was the price set at the time?
It's my understanding that it was around $2. So it was
So it was
around-
50% at the time?
roughly, yeah.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
We haven't put the data for 2025 on here, but we can do that and add that to this chart and send that to you. But total revenue in 2025 was around $68 million. So it increased slightly over 2024. So now I'm just going to quickly go, I don't know how far you're going to want to get into the details of this because I know you're going to have a hearing on the bill at some point. So kind of just giving this for informational purposes, just to give you a sense of where the program is heading under the 2025 program review. Again, these are proposed changes at this point for New Hampshire because we obviously need to go through the general court to get them enacted. The black line on this chart, which I assume you can see, this is just New Hampshire's allocation under the RGGI program. It shows the glide path that we're currently on between 2024 and 2030, and it shows that is the declining cap that New Hampshire is already committed to under the RGGI program, and then the program flatlines in 2030. So what has come out of the 2025 program review, which actually took about 3 years to complete, so it was from 2022 to 2025. So it was a very arduous, lengthy process. Again, getting 10 states to agree on a framework is a challenge. So ultimately, what was agreed upon, if you look here at the first part of the red line, starting in 2027, all the states have agreed to change the trajectory starting in 2027. All of the states have agreed to go from that first half of that red line and then continue to follow that blue line. So far, what New Hampshire's only committed to bring into the legislature is the red line. All we're proposing to update right now in our rule is to start on the same glide path with the other states in 2027, but continue to remain flat post-2030. We're not prepared at this point to go beyond 2030. We think it makes sense. It's very consistent with the existing legislation in that it only goes to 2030. And the other point is that there's going to be another program review. All of the states have committed to do another program review starting in 2028. So there'll be another opportunity for all the RGGI states to kind of reevaluate where this program is heading beyond 2030. So
And I'll just add, we do as much as we can to maximize the amount of revenue we get in from this program and preserve the amount of allowances we have, because that allows us to get more revenue for the ratepayers. And so we work very hard to keep the number of allowances we have. This was a result of, as Craig mentioned, 3 years of work to ensure that we were able to maximize that while also committing to the intent of the program, which is to reduce emissions.
So other programmatic changes, earlier I mentioned the cost containment reserve. Again, these are allowances that are available to the market at certain checkpoints above and beyond the existing cap. So again, it's a mechanism for consumer protection to help keep prices in check. If they get to a certain point, those allowances are released into the marketplace during the auction process. And we have hit the existing cost containment reserve the last 2 years in the first auction of both calendar years. One of the things the RGGI states have agreed to do is to increase the size of the CCR. So again, to increase that level of consumer protection, increasing the overall CCR1 at the same existing price thresholds that exist now, from 8 million allowances to 11.75. So again, providing more surety to the marketplace in terms of making sure that there are sufficient allowances available to cover emissions. The other things the RGGI states has done is agreed to, assuming we can get this legislation passed, is to add a second cost containment reserve. This would be a second level of cost containment reserve above that first level. So if for some reason we push through the first level of cost containment prices and we get to a second level of cost containment prices, then we would release an additional 11.75 million allowances into the auction. So again, that adds program flexibility and provides market certainty in terms of allowances.
Representative Thomas has a question.
Representative Wendy Thomas. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is just a clarification question. You said that the DOE Department of Energy gets the RGGI money. What are the requirements for that money? Are they supposed to allocate all of the money, or can they set some aside for essentially a rainy day fund?
No, the statute is very prescriptive as to how the money is spent. Again, the first dollar goes into basically energy efficiency programs. The remainder gets rebated except for admin costs. That's the only other money that comes out of the RGGI. And what that pays for, it pays for one staff person at DES because we're the technical lead on the RGGI program. There's lots of committees that we attend meetings on, so it pays for that one staff person. And it also pays our annual contract with RGGI Incorporated, which runs the allowances on behalf of New Hampshire. And I can tell you that is a really good deal, having them run that auction process. It would be way more costly for New Hampshire to run its own auctions.
Representative Schneller has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for giving us this presentation. Very informative. This is a wonderful system. It was designed 600 years ago and it's just amazing to me that we finally, technology's caught up and our brains have caught up to a point where we can actually capture revenue from it. I suspect that this system will continue until the other states figure a way to tamp down New Hampshire's benefit. These other states are wonderfully generous to subsidize us. My question is on this cost containment reserve. I don't understand what that is. The word cost gets me a little bit nervous. Containment gets me a little bit nervous. And if I put it in sort of business terms, something tells me that that's going to shrink our margins over time. And that's why there's an introduction of a second cost containment reserve. But I'm confused. I don't understand. If you could help me out with that, I would appreciate it.
So again, it's a mechanism to provide protection to consumers. It's a mechanism to keep allowance prices from going too high so that they don't have a disproportional impact on the marketplace. So again, it's a mechanism to put more allowances in the marketplace which actually, if you think about it, it actually provides more revenue to the states because those allowances are also sold and it's above the cap. So it provides market certainty, market protection, and it also provides additional revenue to the states.
From a supply and demand side, it essentially it's all these states they have their caps, and the cost containment reserve is above the cap. When the price gets too high, the cost allowances in the cost containment reserve are released, and so it increases the supply, and hopefully reducing demand.
Maybe it would be
And just
best to explain it in terms of what would happen if the cost containment reserve wasn't there.
the price would be higher than it is today for the allowances. In terms of how the CCR allowances are distributed, New Hampshire gets the same proportion that we get out of the base budget. So we get about 4.5% of the cost containment reserve.
And I think I heard, what does that mean? Well, that means basically the cost that ratepayers are paying goes up, or could go up if it's passed on, so.
Representative Bernardi has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you keep saying if the cost goes too high, what is too high?
So too high is probably the wrong term to use, and I will never use that term again.
Thank you.
I think to be fair,
So, okay, we're going to blame the assistant commissioner. When's my review? I forget. No. Anyways, sorry. The cost containment reserve is set at a fixed price already. So the market already knows what the cost containment reserve price is set at in any given year. So if the allowance price gets to that point in that calendar year, that's when those allowances get released into the auction to help control the price.
Follow up?
So who sets that reserve point?
That is in our statute. So that was negotiated amongst all the Reggie states what that price threshold would be.
Okay.
Based on, it's a very technical, complex analysis that the Reggie states went through. They set those prices. We came to the legislature, and those prices are currently in the statute.
Thank you.
Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you. What is the relationship, if any, between the CCR getting released and actual emissions?
Nothing? None? So
It's really just a market.
again, it's a way
artifact.
it's a way to control prices of the allowances. It puts those allowances into the marketplace so that their compliance entities have access to those allowances. It's a very complicated process.
Representative Reynolds has a question.
Well, just, follow up for clarification. Allowances are permission to emit a ton of carbon, right? So that's what we're talking about here, is the
Yep. So yes,
ability of power plants to operate and emit carbon.
so I
So
probably
there
could
is
have.
a relationship of.
Yes, there is. So yes, the compliance entities every 3 years need to true up their emissions and their allowances. So for every ton they emit, they have to have one allowance that they retire. It's a little bit more complicated than that, but it's over a 3-year period. So there's what's what we call a 3-year control period. Right now, we're in the second year of a control period. So at the end of next year, at the end of this year, all sources will need to true up their emissions and their allowances.
Representative Schneller has another question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you again for taking my question. Just very briefly, I hear complicated. I'm a little bit of a simpleton. Is there any chance we could get at some time from you or someone in your department that could lay this out in 6th grade terms, which is sort of where I operate? That'd be very helpful.
We could certainly provide. How about we put together some sort of fact sheet that explains the CCR, like a one-pager, and distribute that to the committee, and then be available to answer questions.
That would be great. Thank you.
That would be excellent. Thank you. I have a quick question. Will the closure of the Merrimack Station in Bow, the coal plant, have any impact on allowances or returns, et cetera, under the RGGI program?
Not directly. It won't change our allocation of allowances. And ultimately, the compliance is up to the entity, right? So it's one less market participant, it's one less source that's buying allowances. But that happens all over the RGGI footprint, right? New power plants come in and they're suddenly subject to a program. Other power plants retire, they're no longer in the program. So market forces will dictate how that impacts the market. But as you know, Merrimack Station has not been running very much in the last 5 years. So its emissions are significantly lower than where they were historically.
Representative Nutter has a question.
Thank you. How do we know that the dollar that goes into the efficiency program is being used efficiently? Do you have like a listing of the criteria? Where can we learn
I would
more
need to
about it?
refer that to the Department of Energy, but I'm sure they have a complete accounting of how they spend the energy efficiency funds and the RGGI funds.
Thank you.
Those funds actually go into the New Hampshire Saves program.
I'm going to need you to speak into the mic because this is live streamed.
Those funds go into the New Hampshire Saves program.
Managed by the Department of Energy.
Yeah, managed by DOE.
What?
It's just a comment. Because, these are, this is money that comes from other people. So how do you explain a person who lives in an affluent area, quits their job to harass us full-time? Doesn't want anyone to be able to use hydrocarbons, natural gas. But he himself got an oil heater paid for by New Hampshire Saves.
I don't think that question is necessarily appropriate for these gentlemen. So let's pass on that one.
But it's a true story. I apologize.
So just one more quick thing. One of the other program changes that I didn't notice here for fear of getting down another bunny hole. So one of the things the RGGI states have been doing is because there was a large bank of privately held allowances, there were adjustments made to the cap over the last 8 years, and they were called banking adjustments. That was done in New Hampshire as well through legislation. So that is spelled out in the existing law that we would do these banking adjustments. And the goal of the banking adjustment was to reduce the size of the privately held cap. That was one of the goals of the RGGIs at a previous program review. One of the things that came out of this program review is we would not continue that banking adjustment going forward. So when you look at the legislation moving forward that's proposed in the House bill that you'll be talking about, the number is much more simplified. It used to say so many allowances minus a third period banking adjustment. Now it says so many allowances. There is no longer banking adjustment. What that actually going to mean for New Hampshire is we'll actually be selling more allowances this year than we did sell the previous couple years because we're no longer reducing that cap through the banking adjustment. It will be very interesting, and I'm not an economist, to see how that impacts the marketplace because that will be repeated across the entire RGGI footprint. So the RGGI states will be actually selling more allowances in the next couple years than they were over the last couple years.
I apologize. I have to go to another hearing, but I will likely be back before this presentation's over. So if you have questions, I'll be back for that too. So, okay. Thank you.
So to follow up on your the comment you just made about banking, if those allowances are no longer subtracted from the allowances, then the number of allowances would go down or up,
They will go up.
which means the price would go down, potentially.
I'm not a market economist. We'll have to see what happens with the market. The next auction is in March. It will be interesting to see how the market responds to the fact that there is no longer a banking adjustment moving forward.
Representative Swanson has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would consider myself a rocket scientist, but I find this still very gnarly. And And so I'm going to recap, and you can just say if I, understand this correctly. The basic concept is that ultimately, whether or not you're concerned about climate change or anything, we need, the goal ultimately is to move off of hydrocarbon-based energy sources. And what this is trying to do is accomplish that by increasing effectively the cost that, or rather a surcharge that fossil fuel-based sources have to pay for producing that energy. Ultimately, they will increase the price of the cost of that source, and that will be paid or transferred to the ratepayer. And maybe that's essential. I can see a graph going with one line going one way and another line going the other way, but does that pretty much capture how the behavior or the net effect to the consumer is from this?
So again, the long-term goal of the RGGI program is to reduce emissions, carbon emissions from the power sector. So it does target fossil fuel fired generators. That would be coal, oil, natural gas. The price that electricity sells for is a very complicated situation that I don't know that I'm the right person to describe. I will say that ISO New England puts out an annual report on markets. And within their annual report, they do talk about the RGGI program and impacts on costs in the ISO New England market. And we can certainly share that information. It's also readily available online. The one other thing I would just say to your comment is we characterize this as a cap and trade program. It's really a cap and invest program. So it generates revenue that the RGGI states use to invest in energy efficiency, which no matter how you cut it, the more you invest in energy efficiency, there's a return on that investment. Because what energy efficiency does is lower peak demand across the ISO New England footprint or across any footprint. Ultimately, that also leads to savings. So in a roundabout answer, it's a very complicated program, but the goal is eventually to get to zero emissions. It's not necessarily to do it at ratepayers' expense, but that is the goal of the program, is to get this eventually zero emissions.
Up.
And by the way,
And I'll just say, as at this time, RGGI, even through this current program review, has not identified a date to get to zero. If you look at the graph I showed earlier, that blue line that the other states had already committed to, it still does not get to zero out past, again, it flat lines again in the future. Again, recognizing that we will eventually have to, this graph here, you can see that the states still have not got to zero out to 2040. So, I mean, we're still talking 15 years out into the future minimum.
understood. And correction to my earlier statement, as far as burning hydrocarbons, I should have referred to burning fossil fuels.
Correct.
Because we know that's a finite resource. Eventually, that's going to run out. Correct. And with regard to alternative forms, ultimately, it's this whole system acknowledges or puts a price, cap and invest, on the burning of fossil fuels. And would you say ultimately not investing in alternative sources of energy or de-investing in alternative sources would ultimately increase the cost to consumers from this?
Again, a very complicated question. Takes a lot of speculation on my part, how I would answer that. I think, again, the RGGI program, there's a reason we do the program reviews, and that's to look at what is the impact on the marketplace. It's clear when I read the ISO New England report on 2024 report, there is a cost to the RGGI program, and it does show up in the marketplace. They've estimated that cost in their report, but they've also tried to estimate what are the cost savings associated with energy efficiency investments across the ISO New England footprint. Again, I mean, that's all spelled out in their report.
Thank you for your answer. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative McGee, I guess, has a question.
You guessed correctly. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wright, for being here. Always happy to be in the presence of Mr. Wright. I'm curious if you have information with you about how much money in allowances has been credited to the state of New Hampshire since the inception of the program. I know it's a big number, but I'm just always curious, and I haven't seen it anywhere, so I'm curious.
Since the commencement of the program, since the second auction, we didn't participate in the first auction, New Hampshire has received $431 million
Okay.
in allowance proceeds.
Follow up?
Let's follow up.
And I wonder if you could let us know if there's ever been any discussion about using the money for anything other than just the first $1, and whether or not the other New England states are using their money for the investment piece that you talked about, which is usually it's cap and invest, right? So it's supposed to give states money so they can do the things they want to do, right?
Yeah, there's general guidelines as to what the Reggie states feel is appropriate ways to spend the revenue. But of course, it's up to the individual states and their general courts as to how the state actually spends the money. Some states do consumer rebates, like New Hampshire. New Hampshire probably does the largest percentage of consumer rebates directly. A lot of the other states invest probably more in energy efficiency than New Hampshire. Reggie does put out an annual proceeds report, and we could certainly make that available. And that would go through how each state spends its proceeds.
Be great. Thanks.
I've discovered a weakness in AI.
Just one?
Or one of many probably. I asked it, how much did Reggie cost in New Hampshire in 2025? And it said the exact total cost of Reggie to New Hampshire in 2025 has not been explicitly totaled in publicly available data. However, the state received approximately 1.51 billion in total auction proceeds across 4 quarterly auctions in 2025.
No, that's not
It can't
accurate.
possibly be true, right?
That's, I have the numbers right in front of me. Reggie Inc., the folks that run the auctions, they do a really nice job in providing these tracking sheets. And these are also trued up, obviously, with the Department of Energy, because that's where ultimately the revenue goes.
Great. All right, thank you.
Oh, no, that Mike Fitzgerald was just speculating that maybe that was across the 10 Reggie states, but I'm not sure that could be. We'll have to look into that.
I thought that too when I looked at it. I said, Google AI must have confused New Hampshire with all the Reggie states, but it did explicitly say New Hampshire received 1.51 billion.
So I will
That would
also
have been nice.
point out that DES and DOE owe this committee an annual Reggie report. It's actually very late. We are going to get that to you. It was just signed off on this week by DES and DOE. Staffing issues hampered our ability to get that done. So I will be sending that to you, Mr. Chair, and also will be going to the Senate ENR. It covers the last couple years of Reggie. But it also makes it clear that future annual reports will be filed much more timely and on a calendar year basis, so that the report used to try to balance between calendar year and fiscal years, and it was just a disaster. So the report will be much clearer moving forward. So you'll be getting that later this week.
Thank you. We'll look forward to that.
Yep. So when you first set this up, you guys originally asked for a briefing on Reggie. I think we've kind of done that. We're going to very quickly go through the Air Resources Division, what we do. I forget what time we have to, Mr. Chair, or what time you want to
Actually, you have until noon.
Oh, we'll be done before noon. I probably only have about another 20 slides, but I'll go through them quickly.
Okay.
I may turn to Mr. Fitzgerald and Ms. Beam. I can have Mike come sit up with me here if you don't mind, just in case. He was probably itching to come up on that Reggie discussion anyways.
We always enjoy hearing from you.
And then we were
Mr.
we were
Fitzgerald.
also at the very end going to do just a brief update the committee as where we are on House Bill 2 and the motor vehicle inspection program and the OBD program. We have one slide on that. And that's one of the reasons Kathy's here. She's our lead technical person on that. effort. It's only one slide, but I'll give you a picture where we are. And you guys had also mentioned PFAS. We really don't have a lot as the air division to update on PFAS. But if you do have questions on that, again, Kathy's my expert on that, and we can try to answer those just at the end of the presentation, if you're so inclined. So again, this is just the current setup of the air division. We have three bureaus and the director's office. We're about 65 employees. We've actually shrank over the last 10 years as resources have gotten tighter, in particular on the federal grant side. Federal revenues are basically flat for the last 20 years. So the revenues that I had, that I could support 20 positions for on the federal grant are now down to 12. So, you know, we've invested in technology in some of our programs to become more efficient. So that's the way we've dealt with some of those things. And we don't do some things we used to do. Be honest with you, we don't do as much education and outreach. We used to have 2 positions that was their role, education and outreach. We simply don't have those positions anymore. We ad hoc education and outreach through our daily jobs. So the 3 bureaus is permitting, environmental health, compliance, and technical services, and the director's office. And I'm going to hit really high on all 3 of those bureaus. Here's our key staff. Again, you guys know myself and Mr. Fitzgerald, and you're going to get to know Kathy a lot more in the future as she becomes a bigger and bigger part of our operation in her current role. So feel free to reach out to any one of these folks. If you can't get anybody on the bottom half of this page, call Mike or myself and we'll get back to you. Just again, at a high level, we have 38 chapters of state administrative rules that we implement. There are hundreds of federal standards that we've adopted as a state. A lot of what we do is driven by the Federal Clean Air Act of 1990. That really dictates a lot of what we do. In addition to that, I think there are like 12 different state statutes that we implement as a division. Again, 65 full-time positions. 10 are currently vacant. I've never been fully staffed. It just doesn't happen in state government. It takes a long time to fill positions to get through the process, and then to find good qualified candidates. So we're always running 15 to 20% vacancy rate as a division. So.
Does the governor's current hiring freeze, as we heard from the Public Utilities Commission yesterday, affect you?
So it has. We have to go, there is a process to get positions posted out through that hiring freeze. The department has done that in a couple cases. I currently have 2 recent vacancies that I intend to ask for waivers to move forward and fill. They're both in my air permitting program. That's something that's important to us, important to the governor's office permitting program. So we will be seeking waivers. So there is a process, but it has generally slowed down the hiring process. This is the list of statutes. I won't go through these. It's like 10 or 11 statutes that we get involved in. Most of our stuff is in RSA 125C, and then there are more specific state statutes that you can see. The other big one is our state air toxics program. New Hampshire has a health-based air toxics program. We also implement a federal air toxics program, which is a technology-based program. So those 2 programs kind of don't overlap. They kind of complement each other. And then we dabble in a little bit the RPS and the OBD2 program, obviously. Those are run by either DOE or the Department of Safety. And we'll talk more about the OBD program at the end of this presentation. In terms of revenue, we're extremely depending on fees as an agency. Over 50% of our revenue comes through either air permit fees, asbestos fees, or motor vehicles fees. Those motor vehicle fees will be going away with the OBD program. That's about $350,000 a year cut to the air division. But that program's also going away. Federal grants are around 33%. These are largely stagnant grants. They don't go up much, if at all, if ever. But they're about a third of what we do. Other funds include the Volkswagen Mitigation Trust Program. We're still implementing those funds. We originally received around $31 million as a state agency. DES was not the lead agency originally on that, but we have been since 2019. And we have a very aggressive program to get those funds out on the street. And we currently have a couple open RFPs. I see a hand.
Representative Thomas.
Representative Wendy Thomas, thank you. Does this reflect the award for the the PFAS award money that we've gotten so far and that we're getting?
That does not show up in the air budget at all.
Okay. Oh, in the air, but yeah, okay. Well,
It's in the department's budget,
okay. All right, thank you.
but not the air budget. And then general funds, I always like to point this out, we're very low in terms of general funds. We only get about 7% of our operating revenue from general funds. There's only 4 positions in the division that are generally funded. Myself, Mr. Fitzgerald, and then a health risk assessor and a toxicologist. Those 2 positions were created in response to PFAS. And so those positions serve in our environmental health program. And I'm going to hit on that in a second. The Federal Clean Air Act, again, this is the construct of generally how all states operate across the country. EPA, the federal government, sets air quality standards. Then the state is responsible for monitoring air quality and ensuring that we meet those air quality standards. EPA has to review those standards every 5 years. They're not necessarily timely on that. Generally, when they do review those standards, they generally go down over time as science gets better in terms of better understanding how air pollution impacts public health. So that's the responsibility of EPA to do those reviews, but it's our responsibility to monitor and make sure that we meet those standards. Just some high-level Federal Clean Air Act stuff. The goal is to make sure you meet those national ambient air quality standards. If you do, you called your in attainment. You meet those standards. If you don't meet them, you're in non-attainment. Historically, New Hampshire was non-attainment for a couple pollutants, primarily ozone, but we are currently in attainment for all federally regulated pollutants. So that's good for New Hampshire, good for New Hampshire businesses. Yep.
Representative Corman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry, so when is the next EPA review of the standards expected?
They're supposed to do them every 5 years. They currently have a couple reviews ongoing. The current administration is reviewing the PM fine standards. So it's kind of hit or miss with EPA when they actually do the reviews.
Okay, and you said
But
that,
when they do the review, if they change the standard, that triggers a series of actions we need to take as a state.
right, and you said that typically in a review, the standard goes down, in other words,
Gen-
the limits go down.
Generally, historically, limits have gone down. Not sure that will be the case under the current administration.
Yeah, I was getting there. All right, thank you.
Representative Bernardi has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So our non-attainment with ozone historically, was that driven by New Hampshire emitters or was that driven by external causation, other states and including Canada?
So it's a combination. There is historically, there's been a very large component of air pollution transported into the state of New Hampshire from upwind areas. Think about how the weather moves across the country, right? If you want to know what the weather's going to be tomorrow, look to our west or our south, right? That's going to be our weather most likely. So yes, there is transport into New Hampshire. We do contribute to it. And historically, that's been a challenge because we've done, to be honest with you, the New England states have done a really good job at regulating sources. Upwind states have not done as well of a job, in my opinion.
The other piece of that is that motor vehicles are a significant contributor, and motor vehicles are a significant contributor. And so, for instance, the I-95 corridor, pollution comes up right up there, and comes offshore and blows right into New Hampshire. So, but we also have our own cars that contribute.
So one of the ways we've dealt with that as a state is the Clean Air Act set up the ozone transport region, which is 13 states from New Hampshire down to Virginia that work collectively to try to deal with ozone transport. We'll talk a little bit more about the OTR when we talk about the I&M program, the OBD program, because there's an area there that New Hampshire needs to address in order to deal with the House Bill 2 requirements. So we'll talk about that at the end, though. Air quality monitoring, this is one of our foundations as to what we do as an agency. We monitor air quality across the state. We have 12 or 13 sites, depending on if you count the EPA site up in Woodstock. We monitor different pollutants at different sites, and this just gives a high-level picture of where we monitor, what we monitor for, but we don't monitor for everything at every site. We go through a 5-year plan with EPA with annual updates, and they approve of our monitoring plan. Our current monitoring plan is consistent with our monitoring program that's been approved by EPA. EPA largely pays the bill for this. This is my biggest cost driver out of the federal grants I get. So this is largely being funded by EPA. The state does invest a little bit into our air monitoring program, primarily through capital budget expenditures. We've typically gotten a couple $100,000 through our capital budget expenditures every 2 years to invest in this program. This is just a couple of examples of some of our monitoring sites. Up on top of Miller State Park, Portsmouth, and Londonderry. Each one of these sites probably contains somewhere between $500,000 and $750,000 worth of monitoring equipment. So we're not talking cheap equipment, very expensive to buy, very expensive to run. We've done a really good job automating the system. A lot of our calibrations on these monitors are done remotely now. We literally can do some of that stuff from the office. Our checks, our QA checks can be done a lot from the office as well. But we still have 4 or 5 field technicians that have to go out to these sites on a regular basis to make sure that they're operating properly. And all of the data from these sites is available on the DES website. I should have put a map up. It's almost live. It's on the DES website. I'll send a link. It's almost like it's no more than an hour old. So the data is really relevant. If you are somebody who has issues with breathing or you're concerned about air quality, you can get current data right off of our website.
Representative Bernardi has a question.
Mr. Chair, so when we had the Canadian fires and all the particulate matter, did we just go off the scale on that particular particulate issue?
Actually, I want to cover that next.
All right, perfect.
Brilliant question.
Representative Corman.
Thank you. I noticed some areas that really aren't covered, like a triangle between Lebanon, Laconia, and Keene. There's really not much there, and of course, nothing north of Mount Washington. I mean, that's still part of the state.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we go through a process. We have a chief air quality scientist that helps us run this program. We work with EPA. EPA has certain criteria for how many monitors you have, where they need to be located, what they need to represent, and all of our monitors currently are consistent with that federal guidance. So we're very confident that we have a really good geographic coverage of the state. The one area we're currently lacking is the North Country, as you rightly pointed out, and we are in the process of putting a PM monitor in the North Country in Berlin. We've been working with the city of Berlin for about a year now, I think, to get a site selected, and we got some federal grant money to put a PM monitor up in Berlin. And that's largely in response to your question, Representative Bernardi, about Canadian wildfires, because PM is what we see from Canadian wildfires. So we recognize that whole, because that's becoming more and more of a normal situation every summer. We didn't used to see Canadian wildfires impact New Hampshire like we are. And I have a slide on that, and I'll show some of that.
The other thing I'd just point out is, as Craig mentioned, we monitor different pollutants at different sites, and that's based on, again, the EPA criteria, but it's also based on things like our non-attainment status previously for those pollutants and so on. So it gets, each site doesn't have all the pollutants, and some sites can be representative of much greater areas.
Representative Ploget has a
Thank you,
question.
Chair. Director Wright, I just want to go back, if you wouldn't mind, to the slide 14, page 7. Do you have a overall cost is the one question. We got the percent, but I don't have the cost. And is there, I might have missed that.
Our total operating budget is around 12.5 to 13 million.
Second question is the grants for the EPA, is that under other on that slide?
It's under the blue, the light blue,
Okay, thank you.
where it says federal, including 103, 105
Oh,
grants.
I see it now.
Yeah, 105 is our base grant from EPA, and 103 is a specialty grant And then we have a number of smaller grants that we receive from EPA.
A follow-up?
Follow-up?
No,
Um,
I was gonna throw that out at the very end.
Just so I can end that chart, the others, what is that? The
So
6%?
that largely includes Reggie, for example, that we talked about. We have a Reggie budget to cover our admin costs, and it also includes the Volkswagen Mitigation Trust Fund. And I can provide additional information on that. I just didn't feel like we had time today.
VW, I
Yep.
forgot. Thank you.
Let me just get back caught up.
Mr. Chair, you haven't said much about methane, and that's a very potent greenhouse gas. I'm from Rochester, and we host a waste management landfill, which produces internally a lot of methane. I presume that Waste Management is measuring any fugitive methane from their landfill. So my question is, do we follow up and also measure? And do we look for methane in other parts of the state?
So they don't have like on-site monitors or anything like that. But they are subject to what we call a federal new source performance standard, which dictates that they have certain gas capture and control equipment on their operation. So they have to put in wells to capture the gas and then collect the gas and do something with the gas. So they either burn it for energy production themselves, or they send it off, they clean it up and it gets sent to UNH for combustion there, in their combustion turbines. One of the things we do on a quarterly basis is we do what we call surface scans out there. The company is required to hire a third-party contractor to come in and do a scan. They walk the cover of the landfill, they walk the landfill footprint, monitoring for methane. That's exactly what they monitor for. And if they get to certain levels, then they have to take certain corrective actions to help control that methane leak. We have our own equipment, and we will often walk the path ourselves and do some of that monitoring ourselves, or we may venture off path a little bit and look at other areas ourselves. So,
Good, thank you.
these questions are great. Just trying to stay on time. One of the other big things we do is air quality forecasting. We look at air quality every day in the state of New Hampshire and put out an air quality forecast. Again, this is largely for people who have health issues related to air quality. And if we're going to get to a situation for any pollutant where it's going to be unhealthy or unhealthy for sensitive groups, we issue what we call an Air Quality Action Day. We go through a press release process, we put information out. I don't know how many people we email it to, I should know that. But we put it on our website, we put out a press release. WMUR sometimes picks up on our press releases. Sometimes they do their own. We don't always agree with their science. In fact, I was going to reach out to them. We're going to talk to them and see what they're doing. But anyways, if you look on this scale, this is what we put out to the public, and this is really helpful because it tells you what the pollutant of concern is, ozone, who's it impacting, it's unhealthy for sensitive groups, the area of concern, in this case, it was Rockingham. This was an actual press release we did back in August. And on the bottom is what they call the AQI index. Typically, when you get to the orange level, that's when you're meeting those federal air quality standards. When you get above those standards, that's when you get into the red, the purple, and the maroon. We typically in New Hampshire don't get above orange, which is unhealthy for sensitive groups, except for last summer with Canadian wildfires. For the first time ever, we actually did forecast a red, unhealthy across the board for the entire population. I remember that day, it was a Saturday morning, I was going out fishing, and I got a phone call from my lead scientist, and within an hour, we had a message up on the state website and a press release out that we were forecasting a red day. So that's actually something we work with the Department of Public Health for, because when you start to get to those upper levels, it becomes much more of a public health concern for the general populace. So we have a plan in place to work with Department of Public Health Services and Homeland Security if we ever get into these upper levels of air pollution. I don't see that ever happening for ozone, but I could see it happening for Canadian wildfires. And this just gives you a sense of how many air quality action days we've issued since 2020. It's really variable. Some years are good years, some years are bad years. Some years are really bad wildfire years, like 23 was a really bad wildfire year. We had 23 air quality action days for PM, which I can assure you sitting here is all Canadian wildfires impacting New Hampshire air quality. Last year, we had 6 Canadian wildfire events in New Hampshire, one of which was the red, which we had never had before. Good news is overall, long-term, these numbers are down from what we used to get in terms of ozone. So we've cracked, seems like we've largely cracked the ozone. We need to maintain where we're at, but now Canadian wildfires are becoming a bigger and bigger issues. And this graph is really complicated, but I'll really simplify it. Again, this just shows the number of Canadian wildfires we've been seeing in Canada. The blue line indicates the number of wildfires. We're not necessarily seeing more wildfires, but what we're seeing is bigger wildfires. If the red line shows the acres being burned, so what you're seeing is relatively same number of fires, but a lot more acres being burned and a lot more acres closer to New Hampshire. So even western wildfires can impact air quality in New Hampshire. So this is something we're keeping an eye on. Not a lot we can do about it, but other than keep the public informed as to what's going on. Just real quick, we're going to run through our bureaus real quick. Permanent environmental health. The most important thing here is we issue all air quality permits in New Hampshire for our smokestack industries. We issue both state permits and federal permits under the Clean Air Act. So if you need an air permit in New Hampshire, you come to DES. You don't have to go to EPA. We've always considered that to be one of our primary responsibilities, is to handle all that air permitting. The purpose of that permitting program is obviously to make sure our smokestack industry, as I mentioned, we have hundreds of standards, either state standards or federal standards that industry needs to meet. They're very familiar with those standards, but the permit is their cookbook. You need to comply with these standards. I'm going to have to get rid of that picture of Merrimack Station. I've been carrying that picture of Merrimack Station forever on this slide, so I'm going to have to get rid of that. Again, the important thing here is we have both the state and federal air permits here in New Hampshire. A couple years ago, Senate Bill 449 was passed. That established a formal timeline on air permits in New Hampshire. Prior to that, there was no specific timeline for state permits. There was a timeline for federal permits, and that federal timeline still remains. But there is a 120-day timeline for state permits. That is a particular challenge for us to meet, given our staffing levels, the technical reviews we need to do. But one of the things the bill did do, it gives us the ability to work with industry. If we need additional time, we can talk to the company and get additional time. We have to do an annual report on that. That's due at, I think, in the end of February. So we'll be providing that to this committee. That's one of the requirements on the Senate Bill 449. Our environmental health program, I'm just going to touch really, this is a program that works across the department. It helps serve the air division, the water division, the waste division. It's been housed in the air division since, I think, 2008, 2009. Again, its primary role is public health, education, risk assessment, and communicating that to communities. Impacted person, somebody may have contamination in their groundwater. They'll get a letter from the department that says you're above a certain level. These people are available to explain to those homeowners what that means for them from a public health standpoint. And they get involved in a lot of other things. On this next slide, it talks about, they help us set our air toxic standards, our soil screening standards, and these are very technical folks. I think I have 3 PhDs in this program at the agency right now, an environmental toxicologist, an epidemiologist, health risk assessors, so really high-level, well-educated folks. And this is a list of the types of things they look at, but the most important thing they do is risk communication and risk evaluation. And I see a question.
Representative Thomas.
Representative Wendy Thomas, thank you. We've been begging for I know it's PFAS. Sorry.
Nope, that's okay.
We've been begging for this for so long. I see that there's fish consumption advisories. Is the department ever going to consider produce consumption advisories?
I don't have an answer for you today.
Well, I'm going to keep trying. Though.
Okay. I can certainly bring that back and have a conversation. I know you know Karen, or Karen Craver, who runs this program under Mike and I's leadership, and a lot of leadership from the commissioner's office as well. So I can certainly bring that back.
Representative Kaplan has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm getting a lot of concern from constituents about sort of rollbacks at the federal level, at the EPA on, toxic levels, PFAS, but not just PFAS, other things as well, air and water quality. So I'm just wondering how concerned you are in your department, because I know a lot of your safety levels are sort of pegged to the EPA. Going forward, are we going to be able to manage and keep that kind of high level protection for our constituents?
If so, for like the state air toxics program, that is completely separate from the federal government. So we set those standards based on information. I mean, we do use ACGIH to help set those standards, but I don't think there's any activity to roll back those standards or anything like that. But in the broader sense, I think what Mike and I do every day is continue to monitor what's happening at the federal level. We work with other states around us and work through like regional groups like NESCOM. And if there are things going on at the federal level, we could either comment as a state, but we generally count on resources like NESCOM to comment on federal standards. But we would continue to monitor that, Tony.
Thank you.
I think one of the things for that, as Craig mentioned, we do monitor it, but also these standards are proposed by EPA. They're federal rules. They have to go through the federal rulemaking process. Then in general, they're litigated. So even though, in general, every time, so basically EPA may propose something today, but it could be 2, 3, or 4 years before that works its way through litigation, and oftentimes they're appealed and it goes all the way up. Many of these cases go to the Supreme Court, so.
Our Compliance Bureau, we have, like I mentioned, the Permitting Bureau, Compliance Bureau. This is our folks that go out in the field, inspect stationary sources. And we also oversee all emissions testing. So if a source is required to do a compliance test, we send one of our staff out there to oversee that testing to ensure that all federal standards are being followed. We don't do the testing, but we're on site to make sure the source is operating, appropriately within the limits of their permit, and we also oversee that testing. There are 24 continuous emission monitors in the state, and we're out there also ensuring that those devices, so those are actual monitors in the stack that continuously monitor pollution out of a stack. We ensure that those meet federal standards in terms of reliability, accuracy, and availability. Inspections, we negotiate an annual inspection plan with EPA. We do about 60 to 80 inspections a year. We respond to anywhere from 50 to 100 air quality complaints a year. We try to go out in the field on all complaints. We don't always get there. It depends on the nature of the complaint. If it's something that's very transient and us going there wouldn't matter, we probably wouldn't go. But we would, if a complaint comes in on a specific company, our first step would normally be to reach out to the company or go do a site visit as to see what's going on. A lot of complaints we get are neighbor-on-neighbor complaints. Neighbor one is burning their couch from last year's fire or something. We've seen couches, boats, all kinds of houses, cars, all kinds of things. All those are non-conforming materials. A lot of complaints we get on open burning actually come to us from the fire marshals or the people issuing air burn permits, fire burn permits, local fire departments. We have a good relationship with local fire departments, and we'll investigate those complaints. They refer a lot of things to us. So. Enforcement, administratively, we can do either administrative penalties, civil penalties. Our goal is to settle all those enforcement cases without federal overfiling, and we've been 100% successful, at least in the last 10 years, of settling all enforcement cases. It's part of the program. If we can't get a compliance by one way, then we will take enforcement actions. Asbestos, you would think asbestos has gone away. We continue to see workload increases in the asbestos program. Asbestos was so widely used in construction materials in the state. We have a lot of redevelopment in the state. I suspect that's what's driving asbestos work in the state. We get 1,300 notifications. We inspect about 10% of those jobs. We also do worker licensing, and that program is very, very busy. We've actually increased staffing in that program over the last 5 years. I'm not going to touch too much on mobile source programs because I want to get really to the last slide, which is where are we on House Bill 2 and the requirement for the Department of Safety to terminate the motor vehicle safety inspection program and the emissions testing program for motor vehicles. So as you all know, House Bill 2 was signed into law last June. It instructed the two agencies to eliminate those two programs by January 31st of 2026. In order to do that, there was a couple things we needed to do as an agency to eliminate the emissions testing part of the safety inspection program. The first thing we needed to do was I mentioned earlier, the ozone transport region. One of the requirements of states in the ozone transport region is to have an emissions inspection program on automobiles. In order for us to meet the intent of that statutory requirement, we need to get the state out of the ozone transport region. There is a process to do that. It's called an Clean Air Act 176A petition. We've been working with EPA Region 1 on that 176A petition. And the other thing we need to do is amend our state implementation plan to remove the motor vehicle OBD program from our requirements under our regulations in the Department of Safety regulation. We've gone through a very intensive process working with EPA, both at the Region 1 level and headquarters. We held a public hearing on those two plans back in November. I think it was November 17th. I might be wrong there, but it was mid-November. And we submitted both those plans to EPA on Christmas Eve, December 24th. Kathy worked till midnight. Just kidding. We were able to get them filed very early in the morning on the 24th, but that was the deadline under House Bill 2, was to file those plans by then. They've been submitted to EPA. Procedurally, the ball's in EPA's court at this point. At least from under a Clean Air Act standpoint, they have 60 days to do a completeness finding, and then within 12 months to issue a final decision. But that's not the end of the story. There's also been legal action filed in the state of New Hampshire. Gordon Darby, who is the vendor that supplies the testing equipment to the state of New Hampshire, back in October, they filed a 60-day notice of intent to sue the state, and they actually did file a lawsuit in U.S. court on December the 8th. So we're currently working through that process. We could certainly answer questions, just mindful that we are under litigation. So,
Vice Chair Thomas has a question about that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I'm just curious, for those individuals that still want to bring their vehicle to be looked at, inspected by any garages that are still doing that, would DES still be involved in any way? And are garages, how would they get to keep their equipment maintained?
So the inspection program has always been run jointly. The emissions inspection has always been run jointly with the Department of Safety. And when you go in for your safety inspection, the emissions are checked at the same time. It's all reported through the Gordon Darby equipment that each station has. As Craig noted, Gordon Darby has filed litigation against New Hampshire. Their contract terminates as of the end of January 31st, according to state law. And I suspect that they will be pulling their equipment. Individual stations still have their own scanners and scanning devices. They can scan the OBD. You can buy one yourself for $50 and check your OBD system codes. But the official state equipment will probably not be available. I'm not going to speak for Gordon Darby, obviously, but I can't imagine that they would leave the equipment available to everyone here. It's their equipment, basically. And then, but stations can still do scans of their own, with their own equipment. You won't get the standard state report and so on, but.
Representative Bernardi has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you submitted on the 24th of December. EPA's got 60 days. That brings it to the 23rd of February. So we have a 31 January date there. There seems to be a discontinuity in that. Can you explain?
The process with the EPA will play out under its timeline in terms of the 60 days is just for EPA to acknowledge completeness. It's not to make a final decision. That will take potentially significantly longer, up to a year for EPA. So that window you're describing could be even bigger. So that is true. But the state law is very clear that on January 31st, 2026, the program is done.
Representative Thomas has a question.
Thank you. Representative Wendy Thomas. Do you have a yearly estimation of the revenue that is lost because of this program being cut?
I have it for the department. I don't have it for the Department of Safety. So inspection stickers under the state law are sold to the garages, I believe, for $3.25. And there's about 1 million inspections, Mike?
So-
1.1 million.
So a little over 1 million. Our share as a state agency is only a quarter of that $3.25. So DES Air Resources Division gets about $350,000 a year.
Right, you had said that earlier. Representative Partial just showed me, and it says the loss is approximately 3.5 million. Does that sound right?
That sounds right, about
Okay.
$3.25 a sticker times the 1.1 million inspections.
Okay, thank you
So
very much.
That sounds about right.
25 cents of that sticker fee also goes to the general fund.
Oh, yes.
25 cents of that sticker fee goes to us, 25 goes to the general fund, and the remainder goes to the Department of Safety for the implementation of the program.
And that is both the safety program and the emissions.
Safety and emissions, and it also pays the contractor costs.
Representative Mattson has a question.
Well, I have really old eyes. The white square, I can't make anything out in there. Is there anything important that I need to know?
No,
Thanks.
I think that's just a sample of a typical inspection report. When you get your card done currently, they hand you that inspection report, and I think that's the OBD report. I do own a white Honda with a sunroof, but that's not my car.
Inspections do win.
Representative Partial has a question.
Thank you, Chair Vos, and thank you, Representative Mattson, for asking that question. Are these available or will be available to us online so we can actually blow them up and I can see them? Great. Thank you so much.
We can send you.
I think we already sent a copy to Robin.
We send a link to the committee.
It's probably my mail then. Thank you.
Okay.
Representative Schneller has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you again for taking our questions. This is nothing to do with the safety inspection program. Do you regulate, monitor in any way nitrogen runoff specifically from consumer or commercial fertilizing of their lawns? Or is that strictly EPA?
It's certainly not the Air Resources Division, possibly the water program.
Water division would
So EPA, it depends on the type of facility, but, you know, not just from fertilizer, but under our National Pollution Discharge Permits, NIPDES program under that's an EPA program. We assist EPA in filling out those permits and offer technical assistance as they review permit applications. But my sense is that would be covered under the NIPDES program at EPA. Now, there are also other programs that may fall under, but it's not specific to fertilizer. It's any sort of discharge from a commercial facility or a wastewater treatment plant or anything that discharges into a surface water body. So that's what the NIPDES program covers. And that covers nitrogen.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Chair Thomas has a question.
The Chair, thanks for taking my question. Along the previous representative's comments, does the Water Department or the Air Department conduct inspections to see for the presence of mold, particularly in, say, municipal buildings? No part at all. Okay. Thank you.
I think,
So we have about-
I think generally that's handled at the local level through the local public health officers.
We have about 30 minutes left, so are there general questions for the gentleman from the department, gentlemen and gentle ladies? Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, this is a general question. I've been following along the federal dollars that the state took in order to conduct the comprehensive climate action planning. And I know you guys are involved with that and brought in staff, professional folks to try and help us create that plan. So could you give us a little status update on that?
I am going to let Mr. Fitzgerald cover this.
No, go ahead.
I know just enough to be dangerous. Mike's been the lead person, and actually Assistant Commissioner Crapo's been very involved.
So, yes, we received initially a 3 million, well, actually 2 Clean Air grant, Clean Air Act grant and then an IRA grant for 3 million. We, as mentioned, we hired several staff. We have been conducting public information sessions, and we developed a set of measures, a suite of measures. We were required to develop 2 deliverables for the federal, in response to the federal grant. One, a PCAP priority climate action plan. That was a very, very short time frame, and meeting that deliverable allowed us to be able to apply for a very, very large set of federal grants under the Inflation Reduction Act that for implementation of those priority measures that we identified. I applied for those on behalf of the state of New Hampshire alone, and then we applied for one grant that with all the New England states except for Vermont. We did not receive the grant that we applied for on behalf of New Hampshire, but the federal grant was awarded to the 5 New England states. That's $450 million for a program known as the Heat Pump Accelerator. It's to provide rebates for heat pumps in the New England states, and also to provide some assistance for and to develop pilot programs, which we're in the process of doing right now, for assisting and eliminating barriers to low-income individuals to be able to get access to heat pumps. And this is for heating and cooling purposes, obviously, and water heating. We're in the process of designing those programs right now. The rebate programs will be beginning very shortly. Those will be handled regionally. The 5 states have jointly hired a contractor known as VEIC, Vermont Energy Investment Corporation. They're a private contractor. They will be the third-party implementer, and they will run that rebate program across all 5 states. New Hampshire will receive about $40 million. New Hampshire residents will receive about $40 million, but those rebates will be at point of sale. So when you go to buy the heat pump at Home Depot or Lowe's or whatever, that rebate will already be applied. It's not something that you have to apply for and do a lot of paperwork and so on. Those will be at the distributor level. Then there's $10 to $15 million in these demonstration grants for low income. That'll be related primarily to housing. We think that's our initial thought, is that we would look at working with housing authorities, low income housing options, and try to provide assistance there. And then there's a resource hub that will have money that for consumers to be able to, they'll have calculators, and you can go online and see what you can save and that sort of thing, and share all the information that's developed over the number of years. And that grant's $450 million over 5 years, and we're in the process of accepting $1.25 million in funding for the department to administer and manage these programs jointly with the other 5 states.
Follow up, Mr. Chair?
Yes, follow up.
So my follow-up question would be, I know that the state of Maine had put together a project for heat pumps to kind of convert people who were on oil. And they had sort of a target of how many homes they were looking to convert, and then they passed it, and so they, they've been investing as they've been getting money in trying to convert more houses. So do we have anything like that in terms of what our expectation is with that funding, in terms of how much, we're trying to, how many houses we're looking to affect, or?
We're in discussion with the states right now. The grant actually, and I don't have that information right with me, but the grant application did have some calculations and assessments of the amount of greenhouse gases that would be reduced, the numbers of pumps that would be installed. There are goals. The 5 states continue to work together to look at that, and we've been working with this contractor now. We're looking at possibly reassessing some of those goals. For instance, if we may do some demonstration programs where the number of heat pumps actually installed would not be that great, but it would demonstrate something that's replicable on a state level in the future. And so we're trying to work that out with EPA right now. But I can get back to you and certainly share with the committee some of the information on the goals for New Hampshire. And again, we've been seeking a lot of public input. We put out an RFI for how best to use these funds. That closed in December, and we'll be putting out an RFP for grant applications in the next couple of months.
Thank you.
Okay, additional questions for the department? Representative Reynolds.
This isn't a question, but I would just, because we're here in this forum, I would just like to point out that, this committee, we're always talking about, energy affordability, energy costs, and I would like to just point out that a program like this, where there's going to be financial assistance available to people to convert their home heating and cooling system from, an 80% efficient oil furnace and window shaker air conditioners to a highly efficient electric heat pump, that's a major advance in energy affordability for consumers and homeowners across the state. And I just think it's a tremendous program that we ought to be proud of doing, and happy to tell people that it's going to be available.
Okay, questions for the department? Well, seeing none, I want to.
I do have one.
Yes. Question?
Relative to Reggie, there were 2 things that I wanted to point out. We were asked by Representative Schneller about a kind of a low 6th grade level, whatever. I would refer you to the diagram on page 3 of our. That's kind of a pictographic of how Reggie works, and you can see the cost containment reserve there at the bottom. It actually operates as a pressure relief valve, basically. As prices go up, those allowances are automatically projected into it. And Representative Notter asked about the cost efficiency of the programs. As I mentioned, that dollar does go into the DOE Energy Efficiency Fund, and those funds are dedicated to go into the New Hampshire Saves programs, almost all of them. And there's a cost efficiency test that is applied for those programs, and that's all set in statute. It's been the subject of a lot of debate over a number of years. That's not us; it's the Department of Energy and the PUC that work with that. But there is at least a cost efficiency piece to that, and so I just wanted to make sure we had get that information in.
Okay, well, great. Well, I want to thank everyone from the department for the work they put into this presentation, and for you folks for being here to answer our questions. We really appreciate seeing you guys and staying on top of what's going on with your department. So thank you again. And before we break for lunch, I also want to publicly thank our committee researcher, Davis Allen, for arranging to get the screen and the other facilities we needed to be able to do this presentation today and the presentations we saw yesterday. So thank you, Davis. We appreciate your work. And with that, I'm going to call a pause in our activity for the day so that we can go get some lunch, and I will ask all committee members to return here promptly at 1 o'clock for our first public hearing of 2026. And one more quick thing, I should have said this before we started this morning. I forgot, and I apologize for that, but it is the policy of the House, as developed by the Speaker of the House, that all members should be aware that if they feel ill, they should not attend House sessions or House committee meetings. You may have heard on the news a lot that there's a lot of flu going around. So I would ask you all to be very sensitive to whether yourself or someone in your household might be ill, and if so, to take precautions to protect your colleagues here in the legislature. We have a lot of work to do, and if a bunch of us are out sick with the flu, that could really impact how we get that work done. So I just ask you all to be sensitive to that. And with that, we'll see you at 1 o'clock. Enjoy your lunch. Okay, it is 1 o'clock, and I requested that all members return to their seats promptly at 1 o'clock so that we can begin. We have 4 bills to have public hearings on this afternoon. And we are going to start with our first bill, House Bill 1723. Before we get going, I'll remind everybody who may be attending this hearing that if you plan to speak, you need to file a pink card. You need to fill out and bring the pink card up to my location here at the front of the room. If you have no plans to speak, pink cards are not necessary, obviously. So with that, I will now introduce this bill, House Bill 1723, requiring utilities and electric grid operators to assess and report the vulnerability of high-voltage transformers to geomagnetic and electromagnetic disturbances, and to recommend mitigation measures to protect the state electric infrastructure. And to introduce this bill to the committee, I'll call on Representative Rita Mattson.
Mr. Chair, for the record, Rita Mattson. So to introduce it, I was just going to read the act, but you just did that. So I can read the whole bill, but I don't think that's
No, you don't want to
necessary.
do that.
We'll be here till tomorrow. So what it basically it is the power companies would need to do a survey to tell us all of the extra high voltage transformers in their system, which ones are most vulnerable, and which ones have the longest lead times. So for planning purposes for replacement if necessary. And that's basically what the bill is. But, so I would like to introduce the co-writer of the bill, Mr. Tommy Waller from the Center for Security Policy, and he's going to explain in detail what this means.
Okay, and before we hear from Mr. Waller, Lieutenant Colonel Waller, retired, I just want to point out that while this sign in front of us says that this is HB 1723-FN, which would imply that it has a fiscal note, the bill, in fact, does not have a fiscal note. So I just want to make that clear to everyone. And now I look forward to hearing from Lieutenant Colonel retired Tommy Waller, sorry.
Thank you, sir. So Tommy Waller, work for the Center for Security Policy. We're a 501c3 nonprofit based out of Washington, D.C. As a 501c3 nonprofit, our mission is to provide uncompromised analysis on what threatens our republic, and then unconventional solutions to keep Americans safer. Part of how we provide that uncompromised analysis is that we refuse funding from governments, from any foreign sources, or from any industry that can profit off of our recommendations. So we're here purely to represent the public interest. As mentioned, my background in the Marines, served as an infantry officer, but about halfway through my career, transitioned to the civilian sector and have been working for the center for about 14 years. During that time, I was asked to lead the nationwide Secure the Grid Coalition. So this is a group of national security experts, engineers, people who really their purpose is to secure this infrastructure that we cannot live without. And in doing so, we provide threat briefings routinely, educational material routinely on these various threats. Last year, I provided a threat briefing to members of this legislature and was inspired to see that those members went and actually put forth a resolution at the National Conference of State Legislators to address this threat, which we'll talk about briefly. I also want to just clarify that as a 501c3, we mostly do education for policymakers. There are times when we're asked for the solutions and we sit down and we work through those. And so this bill was created in consultation with the engineers, lawyers, policymakers, over a series of months, many people who gave a lot of time to think through what is the best procedure to move forward and actually see some action to protect our critical infrastructure. So it was a group effort, a coalition effort, and I want to thank this committee for hearing it. Let me just briefly mention that our coalition seeks to address 6 threats to the grid: government policies, supply chain vulnerabilities, cyber, physical sabotage, and then both man-made and electromagnetic spectrum threats from nature. This bill addresses those electromagnetic spectrum threats, specifically one known as GIC, or geomagnetically induced currents. So briefly, just to explain, when a nuclear weapon is detonated in the exoatmosphere, high altitude nuclear EMP called HEMP, one of the phenomenon that happens is very similar to a phenomenon that the sun can produce when it produces a coronal mass ejection, or what we might sometimes hear as a solar flare. Whether it's a nuclear weapon or a coronal mass ejection, it strikes the Earth's magnetosphere, and the movement of that magnetosphere generates electromagnetic energy in the crust of the Earth. So we may be looking up and seeing a flash or a beautiful aurora, and beneath our feet is this current traveling, looking for the path of least resistance. It finds that path of least resistance in our electric grid, travels up through the neutral wire of our extremely high voltage and hard to replace transformers, and enters the grid that way. So GIC is the threat that we seek to mitigate with this bill. The method by which it would be mitigated, the good news is this: it is a fixable problem. There is technology that's been proven and tested that can block that current. But you don't know what needs to be blocked where unless you survey the system. Currently, the North American Electric Reliability Corporation, NERC, has a standard for protecting against GIC. I'd like to address your attention to the color table there that shows the difference between the standard and what the real threat is. Now, these transformers we seek to protect, some of them have lead times as long as 4 to 6 years, extremely hard to replace. And unfortunately, on an annual basis, our nation suffers about $10 billion in economic loss from naturally occurring solar weather, those same GICs that pass through the transformer and reduce its lifespan and harm downstream equipment. So we're losing $10 billion every year as a nation. And if that GIC is extremely strong, like what you see on this chart on the right, it can catastrophically damage those transformers, creating very, very long blackouts. To address your attention to this table, the NERC standard has a scaling factor that results in New Hampshire, where we are now, having just over 2 volts per kilometer per protection. What that means is that the utility industry can comply with this federally approved standard without actually having to install any protective hardware. What the bill does is it compels the utility industry to use their existing models, which they use to comply with the federal standard, but instead of plugging in that number that the standard requires, which is transparently low, instead it would plug in the realistic number of 85 volts per kilometer, which just this last May 2025, was the internationally accepted IEC standard for E3 HEMP, or high altitude EMP. Why would we want to give that number of 85? Because we can take care of protecting our grid against the worst threat, which is nuclear EMP E3. And while we do that, we completely solve the problem of solar weather. One last point, it's not illustrated here, but I will say when NERC developed its standard for solar storm protection against GIC, 8 scientists that NERC employed to develop that standard recommended initially that it be at the rate of 30 to 40 volts per kilometer. So if you look at that chart, that would be way higher than what we have now, right? And so, again, all this bill does is it asks the utilities really to do their job, right? They should be assessing their system for all sorts of vulnerabilities, but specifically as it relates to GIC, to assess the system to the realistic threat. And in keeping with the CEII requirements, with the confidential requirements for information, making sure that only the right parties have the information that is needed to make the decisions on how then to protect it. The good news, as I mentioned before, proven technology exists to mitigate this threat. It's affordable. I personally have briefed the federal government more than a half a dozen times, and unfortunately they haven't acted. And so at this point, we believe that it's important for the states to take action from the bottom up. So at this point, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have about the threat, about the solutions, and about the policy that is being recommended today.
Thank you for that testimony. I'm sure we do have some questions, and I'm going to start the questioning myself. So you have defined on page 2, lines 9 through 16, something you call CEII, which means Critical Energy Infrastructure Information Protocols. And then later in the bill, also on page 2, line 37, you mentioned that information that needs to be collected can be redacted for CEII. Can you help me understand, is that enforceable? Is that challengeable in court? Exactly how could we offer our utilities assurance that this information would remain confidential?
Right. Yeah, so the CEII protocols that the utilities use is something they're familiar with, that I have the utmost confidence that if it's the utility industry and the government handling this information, that it will be protected. So this is something that they're very, very adept at doing and very good at making sure that that information stays confidential. I have plenty of examples that I could share if we wanted to, but I don't know if we need to get into those. But when it comes to transparency and public disclosure, there is a very, very rich history of the electric utility industry working with government to not have information shared with the public. So I'm confident that that would be treated with the utmost operational security.
Okay, thank you. Representative Corman had a question.
I do. So you said there's a technology that exists to protect. Is that just for protecting transformers? And can you talk a little bit about the technology, please?
Sure. So the question about technology in this particular, for this particular threat, the GIC threat, the technology that I'm referencing is called solid ground. This technology has been developed over the last 18 years, roughly, and it's been tested by the federal government, so the Defense Threat Reduction Agency, or DTRA, Idaho National Laboratory, the Oak Ridge National Laboratory, and TVA, as well as the industry's research organization, EPRI, the Electric Power Research Institute. That technology has been deployed in 3 locations in the United States, so American Transmission Company, the Western Area Power Administration, and the Tennessee Valley Authority. It's operated flawlessly for that period that it's been installed. And what we've actually seen, Representative Corman, is some of these most recent solar storms where we might predict that the effects of the GIC, traditionally we think of GIC affecting the North American continent, where it would be worse in the northern latitudes and it would diminish as you go south. And that's how the NERC standard is developed. That's why you see right here that scaling factor where as you go south, it gets less. I mean, where I'm from in Louisiana, it's like 0.8 volts per kilometer. What we've seen is those devices activating in southern latitudes even before the northern latitudes activate with some of these recent storms. So the point being that the technology works, it's proven, it's been tested. Other countries are deploying the technology. On Monday of this week, I sent a letter to the Department of Energy to warn them of additional evidence we found of the People's Republic of China deploying this across their grid. Imprimis is the manufacturer. The company has received a number of requests from foreign nations to manufacture and provide their solid ground technology. In December, I went and witnessed the last test of one of the devices they had just completed. I actually took a AA battery out of the flashlight in my pocket and touched it to the unit, and it activated perfectly. It was extremely inspiring. But then it was just as depressing to think that device was being packed up to be shipped to a foreign country, albeit an allied country, but not the United States of America. So that's a long answer to your question. It's meant to protect transformers, which are the backbone of the grid. Here's one of the things that is notable, though. It doesn't just protect the transformers against the catastrophic levels of GIC that would ruin the transformer. It blocks all GIC. So that AA battery, it blocked that direct current. What that means is that the deployment nationwide of solid ground would save the American economy $10 billion a year. And what it would cost is a one-time $3 to $4 billion price tag for the whole country, which was about 1/3 of 1% of the infrastructure bill. And these are things that I've briefed to the Department of Energy before. So the solution exists. It's been thoroughly tested. It's been deployed in at least 3 locations in the United States, and we believe needs to be deployed nationwide.
Follow up?
Follow up.
Is this device, once it's used, is it reusable, or is it more like a fuse where once it's blown, you got to replace it?
Oh, Representative, that's a great question. Okay, so the way solid ground works is there's a number of operating modes that it can be on, but if you put it in the automatic mode where it detects that GIC, it's going to block as many times as it needs to protect for as long duration as necessary. And so what I witnessed when I saw that test was exactly that procedure. So it's not a one-time, like a fuse, like you're mentioning, that might blow and then you got to buy another one. This device, at least the ones that have been installed at ATC for over 10 years, it doesn't even really require maintenance. It's just plug it in, and set it and forget it, so to speak. Now, I will say that the installation process is also something that's pretty simple. The utility will put down a concrete pad ahead of time for the device to sit on somewhere in the substation. And then all they have to do is take the wire that connects to the device and just connect it to the neutral that's stuck in the ground from that transformer. The transformer can be running full speed. So it's literally can be installed in an operating grid without interrupting anything and be activated right there, ready to go. Do the battery test and walk away, and it's ready to go.
Representative McGee has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So is this device, is the solid ground technology, is that rated to do this up to this 85 volts per kilometer?
Yes, ma'am. So the history behind the development of the device, the company Crown Ironworks, 4 generations, did a lot of work for the U.S. over the World War I, World War II period. And the founders of this particular company, Imprimis, was a similar threat briefing to the one I've provided to lawmakers about this threat. They were inspired to want to be able to address the biggest part of the EMP issue, take the biggest chunk of it and solve it technologically with their invention. And so from the very beginning, what they envisioned was creating something that would protect against the worst case scenario. And in fact, it's not illustrated here, but when we talk about solar weather, what we think of as a bad solar storm would be like the 1859 Carrington event, where the telegraph operators reported sparks coming off the telegraphs and fires were started. And if you look down at your chart, that would have been what you see in yellow there, right? That's what we think of as that level. There's something called a Miyake event, which in the course of Earth's history, there have been massive solar storms, way stronger than anything you see on this chart. The developers of solid ground developed that technology to protect against that level. So if you could measure the protection, it would be way off the chart of this page in terms of the protection you get by installing the device.
Representative Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Representative Wendy Thomas. Thank you for being here. And I have some questions really concerning the utilities, which may or may not be surprising. So at the end of page 2, you define the reports, define the elements of the report, and the scope and the timing and the cost. So my question is, could this bill impose undue regulatory burdens without funding for the utilities or any statutory authority under existing state utility law?
So I think the answer would be no. At this point, I guess you would have to ask yourself, does the state at this point pay for the utilities to comply with the NERC standard, or do they do that on their own? Because the procedures for this survey are just to take the same procedures that they take to abide by the NERC standard and just plug in the real number. So theoretically, that shouldn't cost you. They're doing it already to comply with that standard.
Follow up?
Follow up.
Thank you. And I also do not see any enforcements or legal consequences for any missed reports or inadequate assessments.
It's a good catch. That might be something to add.
A follow-up
Thank
on
you.
Representative Thomas's question. Is there anything in this proposed legislation at the moment that would preclude adding a section to allow the utilities to recover costs from ratepayers for doing this assessment report?
So that, yes, as far as the question and related to how to pay for it, towards the end, one of the things that you'll see there is that the report asks the utilities for their recommended solutions, and then for the total cost, the priority list, and then their recommendations for funding, which could be potentially grant sources, rate recovery mechanisms. So what the bill does is actually ask the utilities, hey, help us understand, how you see the best way to pay for this. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Representative Thomas has another question.
Thank you, Representative Wendy Thomas. And so electric grid reliability and transformer standards are already subjected to oversight by federal bodies. You mentioned FERC and NERC. Do you anticipate legal debates that could arise over state versus federal on this, whether or not New Hampshire can mandate reporting and assessments that overlap with federal regulations?
There could be, I could anticipate that there would be some people who would want to debate it, but I don't think it needs to be debated. The regulatory process between NERC and FERC is very time consuming. Just the vegetation management standard that was established after the Great Northeast Blackout, August 14, 2003, you all may remember that was a single point of failure from a tree branch in Ohio. That process between NERC and FERC to establish an enforceable regulatory standard for vegetation management, it took about 9.5 years. And so the idea here is to try to expedite the understanding of how we can protect the grid in New Hampshire and not subject ourselves to that unduly time-consuming process that the federal government has used.
I have a follow-up.
Follow-up?
Thank you. So we're talking about the grid in New Hampshire, but it sounds like this is a national problem. What's the pushback on a federal level for doing this?
Ma'am, I haven't experienced pushback. When I briefed Secretary Granholm, for example, she was very polite and smiled and, even gave us a thumbs up. I think when it came to the previous administration, there were a lot of investments being made in other things that they imagine took higher priority, but there was never really any pushback. It wasn't like a hostile reaction. In terms of the current Department of Energy folks that I've briefed, similarly, very well received, enthusiastic about trying to figure out the solution. I guess the track record we have as a nation is that things at the federal level take a long time. But I think where your question was also going, ma'am, is that, the electrons don't care about state boundaries. They don't care about political parties, right? And so this truly will have to be something that ought to be addressed regionally, but it's got to start somewhere, and this is the first in the nation state, and that's why I'm honored to be here to help you start it.
Chair Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for clarification, you made a statement that the information in the process is already being done by all utilities, and that all they have to do is to use the right number. Is it, in fact, just a simple case of going to their formula and replacing one number with other, pushing a button, and the report will be generated? Or is there something more to it? I'm a little bit confused as what has to be done.
Yeah, so the utility industry has operating models that they use, and they've established those models for compliance to the NERC standard right now. So just putting that number in would be one step. Now, the bill does tell them that they need to look at other factors, because when it comes to GIC vulnerability, the age of the transformer is a factor. There are lots of factors that could make that transformer more vulnerable to GIC. And so when I essentially took this request to help figure out what needed to be in the bill, I pushed it out to engineers from across the utility industry that I knew, to experts on solar weather, EMP, and I asked them for the inputs, like, hey, what's all the most significant characteristics of a transformer that need to be looked at to figure out how to triage? And that's what you see in the bill, right? So one part is putting in the right number, but there are other steps like looking at its age, its design. And so that list of requirements is going to give the industry a really good sense of which ones need to be protected the most.
Thank you for the follow-up. So in other words, then, do you still maintain that the extra steps that would need to be done would be at virtually no additional cost? Or do you suspect there might be some additional cost?
So if you're looking at making a spreadsheet where you go through and you put the age of the transformer, where it was manufactured, the purpose of the transformer, it'd be kind of hard for me to imagine that they don't already have that somewhere in a spreadsheet. So I can't imagine that, if they have employees on staff that are paid salary to maintain accountability of their equipment, I can't imagine it would be a lot more to just have them put it in this format. I just don't, I wouldn't see that this would be unduly costly.
Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman, and thank you again for taking my question. So this bill has some very specific numbers in it. 100 kilovolts or greater, 25 MVA, I'm not sure what that is. Talking about a waveform in a particular figure, magnetic field strength.
Right.
Normally, if I'm voting on a bill, I understand what's in the bill and I understand the numbers in the bill. Now, I actually have a PhD in electrical engineering, but it really was computer science, not double E, and definitely not power electronics. But the thing is, it's hard for me to imagine voting for or against a bill when I don't really understand it. So I'm wondering, how am I going to understand these numbers so I can make a decision?
Sure. Well, I guess we can start with, and I don't know how much time we have, but what I would suggest is we just start with volts per kilometer, right? Because that's what NERC uses. So if we think about the current standard that is there to protect the electric grid from GIC, the volts per kilometer that are being plugged in are based on where you're at in your state. The scaling factor that's being used, you can see there in the northern states like Maine, Minnesota, it'd be 4 volts per kilometer. So imagine a transmission line, and for every kilometer, that number of volts is building up, right? And then inducing into that infrastructure. And so when you look at the numbers that we have here, 85 volts per kilometer is what is recommended with that IEC standard, right? So that's the real comparison, is the current standard that the utilities abide by, which, again, they can comply with the standard and not have to install any kind of protection. But the grid remains vulnerable. That, in New Hampshire, is about 2.4 volts per kilometer. Somewhere in that range is between 2 and 4. Where the real threat, no matter whether it's a Carrington-class solar storm, the 1921 solar storm, that solar storm produced about 20 volts per kilometer in 1921. Carrington would be larger. A Miyake event would be far larger. The Soviets achieved 66 volts per kilometer with their nuclear tests, and then 85 is the new standard for HEMP E3. So that's one way. I do realize this is a technical document, and it was created with the input from a lot of technical experts. But for as much time as y'all need, I'd be happy to continue to explain. But that's probably the key, is using the NERC measurement, because volts per kilometer is what they use. So 85 is what we suggest here.
Additional questions, Representative Bernardi.
Mr. Chair, so the 85 is what you've suggested, or the bill suggests, but you indicated that the Imprimis solid ground unit has greater protection capacity than that?
Right.
What is for the Miyake or whatever?
The Miyake events, I'd have to go back and look and see how many volts per kilometer. But when I looked at a table that compared Miyake to Carrington, it was like the comparison between NERC and the IEC standard, right?
Okay. And so the Imprimis event or a Primus unit can
That's right.
accommodate
Like
that?
the absolute worst case.
We do have pink cards from Unitil and Eversource, so we'll be hearing from them later on in our testimony. Representative McGee.
Mr. Chairman, thanks again. So this bill looks like it's relatively preliminary, right? It's asking our in-state utilities to help us create an assessment of the vulnerabilities of the system. So then there would need to be follow-on work, discussion, legislation eventually to understand what we would then do in terms of taking any action, right? Because there would be costs associated with that.
Right.
So that's what you're looking at, is just trying to implement the idea of having the state tell us what our vulnerabilities are.
Yeah, that's right. Yes, ma'am. For the utilities to basically say, hey, we modeled this according to the realistic threat. Here's what we found would be the cost to fix it, and here are all of our recommendations for how to pay for that. I mean, we're literally inviting the utility industry to ask for help.
Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Representative Wendy Thomas. I have two questions. One is a clarifying question. You mentioned that New Hampshire is first in the nation. Did you mean that because we're politically, or that no other state has implemented this at this point?
Both. Yes, ma'am. You're the first state to file this specific bill.
Follow up.
Follow up.
And I've looked through the bill, and maybe I'm missing it, but who receives this report? And are there security issues with this kind of information escaping the utilities?
Yeah, if the information were to be put in the wrong hands, then you absolutely could have security issues, and that's why CEII is highlighted. In terms of who it goes to, it's for the state to decide. This committee, if you have specific entities within the state that you think should be the right ones to receive it, then this is where I would encourage you to think about who that should go to.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So lines 29 through 30 specify that each covered entity shall submit a report to the Department of Energy with copies to the Public Utilities Commission, the governor, the chief of Homeland Security, and the legislature.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Yes, that's what I say. I mean, this may be the time for you to say, okay, well, is there like one committee in the legislature or something that you, yeah.
Okay, additional questions. Vice Chair Thomas.
Mr. Chair, thank you for taking my question. You mentioned earlier about the NCSL and their adoption. Would you explain what you meant by that for the benefit of the committee, and how that would affect this bill?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, it's an inspiring story where legislators who were presented a real threat got together at the National Conference of State Legislators and developed a resolution, and coming from here in New Hampshire, that called upon our government to solve this problem, but to do so identifying the longest lead time assets and prioritizing those first. And then that's what led our coalition to take that resolution and start to ask ourselves, well, how do we help them do that? Let's look at what are the longest lead time assets. Okay, transformers, right? What are the solutions? What are the vulnerabilities? And so it was that resolution by a unanimous vote from a nationwide conference asking for this to be solved that inspired us to start helping figure out how to solve it. And the good news is that I didn't just bring this to you guys. I mean, the results of all that I brought to the Department of Energy as well. I mean, I'm doing everything I can to work it top down and bottom up. It's just the track record top down has been slow. And I also think that, the states that can provide this information, let's say the federal government just decides, you know what? We're going to do it. We're just going to fix this. We're going to take care of this problem. The states that are ready to say what they need might be the first one to receive what the federal government has to offer. I can't say that for sure, but it sort of makes sense, right? Like if you till the soil, right? So that's kind of the idea.
After Vice Chair Thomas does a quick follow-up here, I think we're going to move on because we need to hear from some other folks, and we're running out of time. So follow-up.
Thank you. Really quick. So as a result of the resolution that came from New Hampshire, it would be the impetus of why you're introducing the bill to New Hampshire first. Is that correct?
I mean, look, yeah, we're here first because y'all asked for it. I mean, this lawmaker to my right said, hey, help me figure this out. Help me figure out a solution. And you all invited us to come and do our job with that uncompromised analysis. And in this case, a solution I think that's all not that unconventional. It seems pretty common sense.
All right, I want to thank you for your testimony. Representative Parshall has a question.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question for the chair, if I may. And that is, can we recall the testifier after hearing from Eversource and Unitil if further questions arise?
We have time, yes.
Thank you.
Thanks to the two of you for your testimony. Next, we're going to hear from Unitil, and I'm going to call Alec O'Meara to give us his perspective on this proposed legislation.
Good afternoon. All right, I got the microphone on the first try. We're already doing well. For the record, my name is Alec O'Meara. I am the Director of External Affairs at Unitil. We have no formal position on this bill for a very specific reason. That is that we only have a handful of devices on our system, less than 5, that would be covered on the language of this bill. That's largely because what this bill is looking at is high voltage equipment, the transmission system. So really everything above us would likely be covered, and it's really just that connection point. And that tracks with everything I know in terms of solar flares and electromagnetic, in that the higher the voltage, then the potential higher the overall vulnerability is on devices like this. So that makes good sense to me. I first heard of this particular topic. It was actually very early in my career at Unitil. I think it was within my first year, actually. I received an inquiry from a reporter that was asking about this particular topic. And it was the first I had heard about it, specifically asking about solar flares. And immediately, because I wasn't that far from my reporter days, I went on a deep rabbit hole learning all about it. And I found it fascinating. It's a really interesting topic. One of the key things I did learn as part of that deep dive is the process that exists right now to protect the system from this kind of solar flare or electromagnetic phenomenon. And that is, you shut it down. ISO New England, and in the years since, there's been a handful of times where I have gotten a heads up from my dispatch folks because of my communications role, looking at what happens, if we are seeing a geomagnetic disturbance, a solar flare, if you will, there's an element of readiness that we have in place should it escalate to a point. The fastest and safest way to avoid the threat is simply to de-energize the system. The Carrington event is so called the Carrington event because the astronomer, George Carrington, had noticed a flash on the sun approximately 18 hours prior to the actual flare that caused the telegraph to go haywire and all of that. So there is an opportunity to know that there is the potential risk for something like this to occur, and then to be able to then shut it down. I bring all of that up just because I do note in this particular language here, it says that covered entities shall not rely solely on the operational procedures such as load shedding or reactive power supply to mitigate GIC risk. Sorry, a lot of acronyms in this one, even for me. I ask why. I think that that's a fair question to ask because to me, a lot of what is in here goes to the same comments that Mr. Elliott with DOE was making yesterday, in that there's a real balancing act on a lot of this stuff between reliability and affordability. And yes, there are things that utilities can do that can protect against all manner of things, but then the question becomes, is the cost to implement that worth the potential risk to the system? Would it make energy unaffordable because of what you would have to potentially implement? And considering this particular incident does advocate for this specific physical solution, I would wonder whether or not it isn't worth looking at what existing mitigation efforts also exist, just in, are they sufficient? When I first heard about this, I came away feeling that these opportunities to shed load effectively were sufficient in terms of protecting the overall infrastructure. Now, I recognize that if we're talking about a nuclear blast, that may or may not be the same thing, but I think if there was a nuclear blast, there'd probably be bigger things to worry about. That's exactly right. The only other thing that I noticed as I was going through this, and this is just as a research person, I was curious as to the specific numbers, similar to what you brought up, Representative Corman. I know the Carrington event was something like 1,000 nanoteslas. Now, I couldn't tell you what a nanotesla is, but I noted that in this language, it goes to 20,000 nanoteslas. I was wondering why. I now know why. It's because it's looking at events much, much larger than that. That's interesting. That's good to know. But really, that's all I wanted to share. This doesn't really directly affect us. Our report would be relatively minor compared to what Eversource would be, and I defer to them in terms of a lot of what pulling this data together would look like. But that's what I can provide from where I'm sitting on the infrastructure. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. You referred to some specific text in the bill.
Yes, sir.
Could you mention the page and line number?
Page 3, lines 10 through 12.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And I have a follow-up question, a slightly different question. The folks who introduced the bill said that utilities are already gathering much of this information. Is that your understanding? Do you think your company already has a lot of this information at hand?
In the preliminary conversations I had as part of my research, one of the first things I did hear folks in our engineering team say is that we would likely need a consultant of some sort on our end. Now, that was just anecdotal and conversational, so I don't know if that would or would not be the case. Again, I know that there would certainly be a lot more devices that would be affecting Eversource, so I defer to them in terms of the scale of this work. I can only add on top of that, I personally have learned whenever I hear anyone say it's easy for a utility to do something, it isn't necessarily the case.
Answer, thank you. Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you. This is an easy one, I think. I just want clarification. When you say that the current protections process is to shut the system down, you're talking about just cutting power to everybody, all your customers, and just de-energizing the entire system?
Load shed, yes, sir, that's correct. That is ISO New England calls and dictates for when there are situations where you might need to shed overall load. Again, this is a transmission level conversation. We're on the receiving end of those types of orders. Typically, they are brought up in situations where there may be a capacity deficiency or something happening on the system where it appears that more electricity is going to be used than is being generated at a given time. And that's to overall just protect the infrastructure from something that would be a cascading failure, not unlike this. So this is a situation where in the event you saw something catastrophic, you would then be directed to shed load. Again, that load shed would happen probably before our system. It's just something that we would be aware of and prepared for.
Follow up? So again, just to make sure I understand, this would not be a decision that Unitil would make. It would be a decision that ISO New England makes?
That is correct.
So we're relying on them to understand that an event has occurred.
We get updates in terms of whether or not there are geomagnetic disturbances occurring. I know that's something that we hear from regularly. So this is, again, I've seen these updates come in from dispatch due to my communications role.
Representative Thomas.
Representative Wendy Thomas. Thank you for being here, first of all. And my question was also about the de-energizing the system. You've done this in the past, I assume, and what kind of a time frame are we looking at here? Are we talking about minutes, hours, days?
So let's start with the first bit of that. No, this has never happened before. I want to be clear on that. I don't believe there's ever been an instance throughout New England where any sort of load shedding has happened regarding a geomagnetic disturbance, a capacity deficiency, anything of the sort. My basic understanding on terms of a geomagnetic disturbance is that the overall duration of a potential incident is relatively brief. You know, a flare itself, you could be at risk for an extended period, but the actual duration is relatively brief. And again, these are better questions for the transmission folks in terms of what duration would occur. But it is something that exists that is a potential mitigation for this potential once in a generation event.
Thank you very much.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I want to thank you for your testimony and call next on Eversource, who will be represented by Michael Licata, Brian Dickey, and Dave Cloutier. Welcome, gentlemen. I hope I didn't mispronounce anyone's name.
Close. Good afternoon. Michael Licata. I'm the Director of Government and Community Relations for Eversource. Joining me today is Brian Dickey, who is our Vice President of Electric Operations, and Dave Cloutier, who is our Director of System Operations. And I guess I just want to start out first by saying we really do appreciate the bill sponsor and the bill co-sponsors' focus and passion and concern over this critical issue. We think it's critically important that there is awareness and understanding of the threats that geomagnetic and electromagnetic events can cause on the electric grid. And I also just want to start off by saying I want to assure folks both on the committee and in the public that there is a great deal of work that has been done on this issue, on evaluating grid vulnerabilities as well as response plans. And those have been done in conjunction with NERC, as you've heard, and ISO New England. And I'm just going to turn it over to Brian briefly to kind of walk through some of the assessments and evaluations that we have done and how those are developed and implemented. We do have a few concerns with the language as written in the bill that I'll outline after that. So I'll turn it over to Brian now.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having us. Yeah, so as far as the studies at the transmission level, we do have models as part of the NERC standard. We are required to do a study every 5 years, assess the system at the transmission level, and develop any mitigating solutions. Now, the NERC standard is predicated on geomagnetic storms, not high voltage nuclear type device, geomagnetic induced currents. So that study is, limited to a 12 volt per kilometer threshold with, studies being done and scaling being done depending on the elevation you are in from a latitude perspective to magnetic north. One of the things in the NERC standard that's very discrete is the threshold for the study. So the threshold for the study is to study everything from a 200 kV threshold and above with grounded Y primary windings. So it's very discrete, right? What's in the bill is a little bit different and would not apply to just transmission. It would apply to distribution. So that's one concern. So we have models, and the reason why I mention that is we have models on the transmission system with all the DC components that would go into that model. On the distribution system, we do not have that. We would have to go out and obtain that data, which would take a considerable time and effort in order to get that data and create a model to model the distribution system, and do the study. On the transmission level, again, we do have that information. We have the data. I don't know if it's just a matter of plugging in a new value. I'm sure there's a little bit more to it than that. And I don't know if the time period of 180 days after bill's passage is doable. I'd have to go back and ask our engineering department, what the criteria is there for that.
Just to walk through some specific concerns with the bill as written and introduced, and we'd be very happy to, obviously work with the bill sponsor, work with the committee to try and address these concerns.
Excuse me, I'm going to interrupt you briefly. Someone has a question before we move on.
Oh, sure.
Representative Bernardi.
Mr. Chairman, so you said you have the data to help support the transmission system assessment, but distribution, no. How many units in the distribution system would you have to go out and get data for?
Well, it's not only the units, it's the system itself. We'd have to model, you know, the entire DC component of that system, right? So the entire distribution system.
So I'm trying to understand how big
yeah,
the elephant is.
We're talking probably 90 transformers at least, and all the distribution components of that system, all the lines and everything, the DC component of those lines.
Thank you.
And it's just because of the way it's written. If it was written a different way, like the NERC standard, then that is removed.
Representative Reynolds wants to follow up on that.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Another thing that we talk a lot about here, you know, with different legislation, the interconnection process for, say, companies that want to put, you know, distributed generation, solar or something else on the system, they have to apply. And the utilities respond by evaluating, you know, well, if you want to connect that here, you might have to upgrade this transformer. I find it difficult to hear that you don't have the information about the transformers on your distribution system.
So we have an AC model, right? It was an alternating current model.
Okay.
And all the impedances, whatnot. We do not have the DC component, which is a little bit different than the AC component of all of that information. So all I'm saying is we'd have to go out and obtain that information. My understanding is when they did the transmission study and went out and obtained that information, it took some time to do. So you know, relating that to the distribution system, if that's what we have to do.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, please continue.
Thank you. So just walking through some of the specific language on the bill. First and foremost, as Brian pointed out, the 180-day, this is on page 2, line 29, days after passage, the report shall be provided. Again, that time frame we think might create some challenges for us. We did have similar questions, as you heard from Unitil, about the 20,000 nanotesla, 85 volt per kilometer, and sort of where that was coming from, why there was such a big discrepancy from the approved NERC standard that is used across the country and implemented through ISO New England for our current studies. So again, that's a much higher standard. And as you heard, you know, potentially there would be other impacts that folks would be dealing with if that were to occur. Sticking with page 2 on lines 30 and 31, this also did come up. We did have concerns about providing information to Public Utilities Commission, the governor. It says Chief of Homeland Security. I think you would want that to be the Director of the Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Management, and all 424 members of the New Hampshire State Legislature, which goes into sort of the next concern, which is on the same page, starting at line 33. There it is. Extremely detailed in the amount of information and specificity of the information on our transformers that we are being told to provide. Now, it does say that you know, we should comply with essentially critical infrastructure confidentiality. I guess I question the necessity of having that information included to begin with at that level of detail. That said, you know, we work very closely with the Department of Energy on cybersecurity plans and other grid infrastructure protection plans. So, you know, that's something we could work with them on to provide. But, you know, this broader audience, as called for in the bill, I think would be concerning. Also included in the assessment on line 7 on page 3, a priority list of transformers by damage risk and critical infrastructure impact. A similar concern that we would not want to disclose that publicly. Then just moving down, the actual reference to CEII protocols as defined in RSA 378A:2. I'm assuming that's a typo. I don't think there is a 378A:2. I just think that probably Legislative Services needs to clean that up. What's that? Oh, I see. That's helpful. Thank you. I went to the RSAs to see if there was an existing standard. No, thank you. I appreciate that. Is similar to Unitil. I think we did have concerns about why load shedding is eliminated as a mitigation strategy. Again, that is currently the strategy that utilities employ as directed by ISO New England, should there an event occur. And then finally, I think there is, it was a question that was raised about cost recovery and sort of cost allocation. And so, there is a sort of open question about a state directing a transmission owner to do work that would be recoverable through rates, which would be approved by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. Now, the cost of the study is one component. The other component is we're supposed to come up with some recommendations with costs associated with implementation. The costs, if the state of New Hampshire were to tell us to install specific devices at specific costs, those would be, as you heard from ISO New England, recovered through the transmission rate, which is set by FERC. And so you kind of have a jurisdictional issue associated with that. That said, I fully recognize that the legislation is just calling for an assessment at a specific level. The one last thing I would kind of conclude with is just, as Brian talked about, we do have studies that have been done. Information is shared with obviously our regulators. We'd be happy to work with, the Department of Energy, Public Utilities Commission, Department of Homeland Security. As I said, we do work very closely with them on other mitigation strategies and grid threat assessments. And we'd be happy to answer any questions that the committee may have.
Okay, thank you. I have a quick question regarding your comments about lines 30 and 31. You think it might be more appropriate to have this information available to the Department of Energy and possibly the Public Utilities Commission, but not the governor, the chief of Homeland Security, and the legislature?
I think that would be helpful. I would have to check with our folks on the inclusion of Homeland Security. As I said, we work pretty closely with them, especially on cybersecurity issues. So there might be some value in sharing information with them.
Representative Bernardi has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The issue of load shedding is a little troubling to me. It's my understanding of solar EMP is we have maybe a couple of minutes from the coronal event to the time you need to shed. Is ISO New England going to be able to shut down the entire grid? Because that's what it would take. You can't just shut off little pieces of the utilities. You have to shut everything down. And then in the event of a nuclear blast, there is no warning. If one of the North Korean satellites decides to blow up in the middle of the United States and wipe out all of United States grid, it's gone. And there's no warning. There's no time to load shed. How do you deal with that?
All right, so there's two issues there, right? The first is the solar event, right? So we have, obviously in contemporary times, more monitoring of the sun and more advanced notice. And it does take some time for a coronal mass ejection to get to the Earth. There's some dependency on the magnetic field strength at the time of the Earth. There's a whole bunch of variables in there, but there is some time. So we do get notice, pretty far in advance of when a magnetic storm is about to approach. And, we have system operators 24/7 looking at the system. They are watching VAR flow. So VAR flow is a component of power where current is flowing. I don't want to get too deep into it, but, we do get indication on the system if there is, excessive current on the system and excessive reactive VAR flow, right? So the operators could take action. You wouldn't kill everything. You'd kill a piece of equipment or de-energize a piece of equipment, right? So that it wouldn't get damaged. For a nuclear device, I mean, that's a different scenario and well outside my expertise, right? That would be something of a national security issue, I would think, and something I couldn't really give you an expert opinion on.
So again, then load shedding an event of the solar event, it's the big pieces of the system, the big transformers, which means they're feeding all the distribution downstream. So if you kill them, you've killed the whole system.
You would, and you would see.
You haven't taken out a little component. Can you explain how you said?
Well, again, it's connected to the greater system, right? So the whole Eastern Interconnect is interconnected. If you opened up some transformers, say at Scobie Pond, right, you're still connected to the system, right? It depends how much of that system is being impacted and how much of the system is being de-energized at the same time.
Okay.
Representative Partial.
Chair Vos, I have a question as far as discussing the appropriateness of a study like this and where it would actually be more effective. We are talking about load shedding at ISO New England. Would it be more effective if somebody like that organization undertook a study of this nature?
Well, we would do the study. We work with ISO New England to do the study. Our engineers work on it. As mentioned, we just completed a study. We also had an outside vendor verify that study to make sure it was accurate based on the NERC standard. Again, the one thing on the NERC standard is it's very discrete, grounded Y, 200 kV or greater, which limits the study to transmission only. The way the bill is written, 100 kV, no indication of the winding configuration, ends up pushing the study into the distribution realm. And quite honestly, on the distribution realm, it's not a grounded Y primary we have there. We have a delta connected primary, which is completely different. Right.
And just to follow up, the study and the assessment that Brian just referenced. So when NERC published the standard, which is, by the way, available to the public on NERC's website, I think it's 38 pages long if folks want to review it. At that point, ISO New England contacted all the transmission owners, set up a process, which I believe took 4 years, for each of the transmission owners and covered entities to do and complete that assessment. And then that information was provided back to ISO in terms of grid vulnerability. So just to say that the existing process, the existing assessment does flow through ISO New England as the regional grid operator.
For clarification, did I understand you to say, Mr. Dickey, that changing the number 100 on line 4, page 2, line 4 to 200 would...
That and the winding configuration, right? So the winding configuration is important too. Remember, as mentioned in the previous testimony from the colonel, he was talking about auto transformers, high voltage transformers with grounded Y connections, right? So on our distribution system, we have many transformers that are connected to the transmission system and convert the voltage from high voltage 115 or 345 down to a distribution voltage of 34.5 kV. The primary windings on those transformers are delta connected, meaning there's no connection to ground. The secondary side has a grounded connection, but that's not how this reads. It just says primary voltage of 100 kV or greater capacity and a capacity of 25 MVA. That's a little bit different than the NERC standard and how it's written. So this pushes the study down and would create, more cost.
Okay, thank you. Follow-up, Representative Reynolds?
So, in your opinion, you're an electrical expert person, is the bill sponsors, is the definition or the thresholds, the net being cast by this spec in the bill over broad? Does it not need to be that broad?
Well, it depends what the bill is trying to do, right?
Depends
So,
on what-
right, so I don't know. So when I heard, the previous parties talk, right, they were talking about transmission studies. And the way this is written is it impacts distribution. So it depends what the bill is trying to do.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman?
If I could just add one thing, one of the reasons we talk about transmission as being a vulnerable infrastructure to these type of events is one, the voltage, and Brian obviously can explain this so much better than I can, but one is the voltage, but also the distance. And so Brian, I don't know if you want to touch on how the distribution system is a little bit different than transmission there.
Yeah, so if you think about what these studies do, right, they're looking at induced currents in the earth plane. And it's the extra high voltage is more susceptible, and the length of lines are more susceptible. So if you look at transmission, they're long, very long lines, and it depends what the orientation of those lines and substations are. So these GIT currents, because they're geomagnetic, will run west to east, or if you're near a large body of water like the Atlantic Ocean, they can run through the ocean, come into the lines, and that's where you get the induced current. So from that perspective, transmission lines are more susceptible. Distribution lines obviously run all over the place. They go east, they go west, they go north, south, they meander right through the communities, where transmission is in right-of-ways, and they're running a beeline from one station to another.
Okay. Thank you.
Representative Thomas has a question.
Representative Wendy Thomas, thank you. Can you we heard from Unitil that they have a process to protect from solar flares. Can you just assure me that you have a published research process in the event of a solar flare?
Yes, we have an operating procedure, operating 20, which I think it's 20, right? So we get notification from the NOAA, right? They have looking at all the geostationary, the Earth itself, and what's coming our way. They have a network to get that out to NPCC, which gets that to ISO and gets that to us, right? So once that's triggered, we go into enhanced monitoring, right, where we're looking at reactive wire flows, making sure nothing's coming out of spec, make sure we're not getting any heating on our transformers. So on our transformers, we measure current, voltage, temperature, winding temperature. So we have all that information coming in real time to our system in the control room. And we would take proactive actions in order to mitigate anything that's coming our way or any system impacts we see happening.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no more pink cards on this issue, I think we're going to bring this public hearing to a close. Oh, I guess Vice Chair Thomas has another question.
Best to make it quick, but thanks for the question. I guess the previous speaker alluded to the cost of what it would take to fix this nationally, which the figure I think was mentioned was $3 or $4 billion, $3 or $4 billion, which in my mind, I could double that because costs always increase. Even at that, it sounds pretty cheap to fix something on that scale of a nature. So I guess I'm trying to understand somewhat reluctance here on trying to identify areas that would help in a national effort to help you mitigate the most extreme case, which in my opinion is not a solar flare, because you're going to get either hours or days notice that it might come, and you can take appropriate action, although not be ideal to shut down the grid, but at least you can take some action. My concern is for the, it might be a low risk, but the catastrophic effect would be just, I couldn't even imagine what this country would be like without power that some entity was able to inflict on us on a no-notice basis, and it wouldn't have to involve a destructive atomic blast. It could be an EMP burst in the air or something like that. So I'm just trying to get a feel for just what you feel it would take to identify, at least at the state level, those components that would help the federal government decide where they would have to put their protection and infrastructure. In a roundabout way, this is the bane of when you try and do something first, when other people may not think there's a big issue, but New Hampshire is kind of leading the way in identifying a concern, and they'd like to identify the concern. I feel like we're the people that are trying to prove that the earth is round, way back, so kind of give me a feel for what you guys can do and what this bill could be turned into in order to provide that type of information from a starting point.
Sure, and maybe I'll just start, and I'm aware that you have several, what I presume will be lengthy hearings after this. So I'll be brief, and maybe Brian might have, or Dave might have something to add. But I guess first and foremost, I don't want to leave the committee with the impression that there is, reluctance, trepidation on behalf of the utility to protect our infrastructure and ultimately our customers, because that's certainly not the case. And we did want to provide background information on what we do today and what we are directed to do at the federal, regional level. Certainly, we did have specific concerns with the bill language, and as I said, we're happy to work with the bill sponsor, with the committee to address those issues. I think Alec, Mr. O'Mara from Unitil put it well. There's a balance. You can't protect against everything. There's a cost of protection, and so as we look to balance the affordability of the services we provide and the reliability of the infrastructure that provides those services, we always take that the costs into account and the risk profile of specific things that occur. So I understand through this bill, and I don't know, Brian and Dave probably have more information than I do, that there is equipment that is able to provide a certain level of service. I think, that's something we can look at. Obviously, there are processes in place. I sort of go back to a comment that I made, though, where you're talking about setting requirements to, this is a step towards setting requirements for equipment that would have to be installed at the FERC jurisdictional transmission level and the costs associated with that. And so there's, again, question about, New Hampshire's ability to require those additional protections, especially if you have federal organizations that have a different standard of protection that they're requiring and a different survey. So again, very happy to work with the committee on this language. We're here to be constructive and helpful, but that's a little bit of the background. I don't know, guys, if you want to, no?
No, other than, I echo your remarks, right? We're willing to do we're highly regulated, whether it be from the federal or state level. We're willing to do whatever the regulations require us to do, or whatever the state bodies are looking for us to do, right? It's just a matter of balancing the cost and making sure we keep affordability in mind.
Thank you. Representative Mattson, do you have a question of the chair? Because House rules prohibit you from asking questions of folks who are testifying.
Question for you. If
What
we
is it?
could bring Mr. Waller back up for clarification on some of the points that were made.
I think we'll have to take that offline because
Okay.
we've kind of run out of time here. So
All right, thank you.
appreciate your testimony. And since I have no more pink cards on House Bill 1723. I'm going to close the public hearing on this proposed legislation. And I'm going to immediately open a public hearing on House Resolution, 35, which is a resolution urging the prohibition of the intentional release of polluting emissions, including cloud seeding and weather modification, to preserve the atmosphere of New Hampshire. And I will call on the bill's prime sponsor, Representative Kelly Potenza, to introduce this legislation.
Gosh, it's not morning anymore, it's good afternoon. So good afternoon, Chairman Vose and the committee. Just for the record, Representative Kelly Potenza, Stratford, District 19. Glad to be back. Let's get this one through. It's been a few years now, so basically, House Resolution 35 just urges the prohibition of intentional release of polluting emissions into the atmosphere of New Hampshire, including activities commonly described as weather modification, cloud seeding, stratospheric aerosol injection, solar radiation modification, and related geoengineering practices. This resolution is rooted in a simple and long-standing principle that New Hampshire has a sovereign interest in protecting its atmosphere, its public health, the agriculture, wildlife, aviation, safety, and environmental integrity from intentional contamination. So the purpose and scope of HR 35 is pretty simple. It doesn't regulate ordinary admissions, weather forecasting, any emergency response or activities. It's narrowly focused on the intentional injection or the release or dispersion of substances into the atmosphere for the purpose of altering weather, temperature, solar intensity, blocking the sun. These activities are fundamentally different from incidental emissions. They are deliberate interventions in atmospheric systems, and they raise legitimate concerns about human health, agriculture, wildlife, aviation safety, state security, and long-term environmental uncertainty. So where this House resolution came from all of these previous bills. But we have the state authority, and of course through the 10th Amendment. So this resolution basically reaffirms New Hampshire's constitutional authority under that 10th Amendment. Where federal programs or research activities create uncertainty or risk to local populations, states are permitted and obligated to act. HR 35 does not regulate federal agencies directly, and it can't. This is a House resolution. This states our position. It declares the policy position of the House and directs the Department of Environmental Services to notify the federal entities of New Hampshire's position. So basically, it's transparency and notice. So HR 35 requires public transparency by directing the Department of Environmental Services to notify federal agencies and create a public webpage containing the resolution and copies of each certified notice sent. So in conclusion, House Resolution 35 is precautionary, it's transparent, it's constitutional, and protective of both people and the environment. It affirms the New Hampshire skies are not a testing ground without public consent. And so I respectfully ask this committee to recommend ought to pass. I'd be happy to take any questions. And we already have one.
Okay, thank you, Representative, for introducing this legislation. Representative Thomas has a question.
Representative Wendy Thomas, thank you very much. Two questions. Number one is you're talking about intentional harm, violating states' rights, harming humans. However, there are no legal consequences or penalties attached to this.
Correct. This is a House resolution. This is stating our position. We don't have control over the skies. This is a federal entity. I mean, I've been in front of your committee multiple times. I've been in front of the House multiple times. We don't need to go down that path. This is sending a message that we don't consent. Action needs to be taken on the federal level. And because what are we going to really do here except for express that and then have that communication, because I'm had a lot of communication from people over the last 3 years. Hundreds and hundreds of people in New Hampshire have they want something. They want their representatives to say, you know, this is what they're standing for, and this is the best that we can do.
Follow up?
Follow up.
Oh, did you know I was going to say that? Well done. I am confused by lines 14 and 15, where federal programs and restrictions have become oppressive or destructive. Can you explain what that means? On page 1.
I don't have the bill in front of me.
There you go.
Thanks.
So lines 14 and 15 on page 1, where the end of line 14, where federal programs and restrictions have become oppressive or destructive. What do you mean by that?
Exactly what it states. We have been under assault for many, many years. Weather modification has been going on for decades and decades. It has, it's at least now for the last year and a half, it's been getting some wonderful press and some federal reach, which is wonderful. There's been some bills that have been put in DC, which is great. So there's been a lot of discussion about this. Destructive in a sense. I mean, Mexico banned this because they had people that were releasing balloons to block the sun. So you can't do this in Mexico. Tennessee passed a bill to ban this. Florida passed a bill to ban this. So it's very destructive on the environment, flash flooding, all of that kind of stuff. Once you're playing God with the weather, it can get pretty heated.
Thank you.
Additional questions? Okay, seeing none, I'll call next on Representative Mary Murphy from Francistown. Welcome, Representative. Nice to see you here. Don't think we've ever seen you here before.
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and esteemed colleagues for allowing me to testify in support of H.R. 35. Starting in 2012, my family relocated from Bedford, New Hampshire to Francistown with the express goal of starting a certified organic elderberry farm. So we own 117 acres of waterfront, and we conserved some of the waterfront in order to protect the water supply for the surrounding community. We have taken great pains and gone through extreme expense reclaiming some of the forest land into 9 large fields where we have planted some of these certified organic elderberry plants, and we sell them wholesale for medicinal purposes, meaning that, you know, we really do have to preserve, you know, the the quality and purity of the product because it's going to, you know, go into a human being for treatment. It's a very powerful antioxidant, arguably one of the most powerful in the world. And our fields were ideally suited to this because we carved them out of a pines forest. It cost close to $1 million to acquire the land and to remediate it. And when I say remediation, it's because we had some challenges with regard to the terrain because a glacier came through and deposited these giant boulders that are larger than the desk I'm sitting at and me too. And anyway, yeah, bottom line is that we had we found out that a certified organic cow farm was being turned into housing. And so we had Francistown Sand and Gravel go and get us the topsoil. We basically scraped their fields to preserve that natural resource. And that was applied to our property at 130 Cross Road. So a huge amount of time, effort, and money has gone into trying to preserve this farmland, which eventually we will possibly gift to the town. It's we don't have children, so it's one of our intentions is to try and conserve some of this for the state and for the town. The state of New Hampshire has told us that our property is what's called a Tier 1 highest value critter habitat, animal habitat. So some of the stuff that we recovered from the forest, we're actually letting go back to nature so that it will support the animal life, the animals that hang out there. So bottom line is that we support this bill because, we've done all this to try and conserve, the purity of our land, and we cannot have some forest that we don't have control over, polluting this land. And so I beg you to support this bill. Thank you for your time.
Your representative, questions for Ms. Murphy? Representative Swanson?
Actually, I reconsidered. I'm going to defer on this particular.
Okay.
Okay. Anybody else? Representative Schneller?
Mr. Chairman, and thanks for being with us, Representative Murphy. My preference would have been, I had initially filed a bill to actually repeal the 1985 legislation that would have enabled people engaging in weather modification activity, but in discussions with various representatives as well as the prime sponsor on this, I decided to co-sponsor this resolution. My question to you is, are you currently OMRI certified? Are you actually commercial yet? Are you OMRI certified? And would you lose that certification if somebody inadvertently or on purpose dropped magnesium or something out of the sky that rendered your property inorganic?
It actually, thank you for your question, Representative. It takes 3 years to become like certified organic. And so we're in the process. We're 2 years into it. We have to submit testing data on the soil on a regular basis in order to prove that we have not used, pesticides, chemical pesticides. All of our fertilizers are natural. My husband is a former professional engineer in chemical engineering. And so he's very, very conscious of the ill effects of, chemicals for pesticides or fertilizer use. And because we're on so much waterfront, we don't want to use fertilizers that would, create a problem for the waterfront either.
Thank you.
So we would lose it, if we don't keep that land, if we're not able to pass those tests because someone introduces minerals or other things that, are not supposed to be on a certified organic farm, we're toast. Our investment is gone.
Representative La Rochelle has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think of atmosphere as being up there, but would this preclude the aerial application of pesticides?
It would, and we, like I said, we use all organic pest remediation, and we are in regular consultation with UNH agriculture group, to get counseling from them because we, we're not immune. We have a lot of bugs the bugs are very healthy eaters. Thank you.
Additional questions? Representative Swanson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to follow up on that, did I understand correctly that this would prohibit the aerial application of those or would not?
Would that, typically you would not be using chemical fertilizers anyway on an organic farm. We use tanks that are on trailers, and you use a John Deere Gator to drive them around, and we're using neem
So
oil.
this is not a blanket prohibition anywhere. It's just you're talking about what you're doing to make sure that you meet your qualifications.
Yeah, the Organic Association, has regular classes for the farmers, and we can talk to them anytime we need to. And they give you advice in terms of both how to manage the animals, because the animals are healthy eaters too, and how to manage the bugs, but without using chemicals for fertilizers or pesticides. And so we rigorously adhere to their guidelines.
Representative Floget?
Thank you, Chair. Representative, on page 1, line 1 and 2, it claims it's only for the, I'll read it, stratospheric aerosol injections and solar radiation modifications, SAI, SRM. I don't see anything in here where it affects the low-level dispersion of pesticides. So I'm confused. It only limits it to those two the way I read it. Am I correct?
Yes, that's correct, but that's what we're worried about. It's like we have control over the lower level stuff. If we are the farmer who's trying to apply that, we have no control over, what Representative Potenza is trying to prohibit.
I
no
think your
knowledge either of
confusion,
what they're
Representative
applying.
Floget, lies with lines, or can be cleared up by reading lines 3 and 4. All right, additional questions? Seeing none, I will
thank
call next. Thank you, Representative. I will call next on Kyle Haynes of Merrimack. Good afternoon and welcome to ST&E.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you very much for hearing me. My name is Kyle Haynes. I'm a certificated airline pilot from Merrimack. Prior to my airline career, I actually engaged in weather modification out in the western United States. And I am here to speak in opposition to HR 35. As part of my training, I did participate in much coursework involving atmospheric science in general and weather modification. And really my biggest problem is the very first whereas statement lines 1 through 4 are, to put it bluntly, incorrect. It makes the very authoritative claim that weather modification, SAI, are harmful to human health, aviation, the environment. We've been conducting weather modification for just about 80 years now. The first experiments were done in the middle 1940s. The first uses of silver iodide also occurred in the latter half of the 1940s. We have decades worth of experience using these compounds for weather modification to great success in terms of rain enhancement, snowpack enhancement, and hail reduction. And that's the other big thing is this also ignores the fact that there is actually harm reduction to weather modification. And that is primarily through the hail reduction. We're able to limit the damage to crops, to property on the ground, including aircraft. So it just speaks to a lot of authority that there is harm when we do not have any actual evidence that harm exists. The other part that I have a problem with is much of the technologies, including solar radiation modification and geoengineering, are in its infancy. We don't actually know where a lot of this technology will lead us, and by preemptively trying to ban it, we are actually kneecapping our ability to respond in the future to what these technologies could give us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Good perspective. Do we have questions for Mr. Haynes? Representative Reynolds.
I guess, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here. I guess you said that you've engaged in these activities. Who was your employer? Who paid you to do what you did?
So I actually worked on behalf of the North Dakota Cloud Modification Project, and they were funded and run by some element of the North Dakota Department of Environment. I don't remember exactly the department. It's been a few years now since I've done that. But I believe it was the agriculture, because the primary mission we did for that was dropping dry ice through cloud tops to reduce the hail. We also engaged in cloud-based seeding using silver iodide.
Further questions? Vice Chair Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I will accede to the fact that not everything that's put into the atmosphere is harmful. However, my question is, there are many instances before in the past where we have been told that using certain things were not harmful, and they turned out to be later on to be harmful. So you speak with a lot of authority. Could you clarify your assessment that there is no harm being done and where that comes from?
Well, I'm not going to make the 100% certain claim that substances are 100% harmless, but the primary element that we use for cloud seeding, silver iodide, was chosen because of its lack of a bioavailability in living organisms. That is, it is not actually fully absorbed into the body, so the health risks are negligible. And as I also said, we have 80 years of data now of using these compounds where there's not been any actual hard evidence that shows that they have caused harm in communities where cloud seeding takes place.
Follow up?
Okay, so your assessment really pertains specifically to silver iodide.
Yes, that is the component that I actively handled when I was doing cloud modification. And that is just one element of what the HR does address.
Thank you.
Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. So since you have some experience with actually helping places or companies do this, My question is around, I think what this HR is getting at is the idea of who can do what to whom, right? So this is the state trying to assert its position that we don't want something being done to us by other entities, maybe the federal government. In your experience, do you know of any instances where the federal government has done cloud seeding or intervened in states that weren't looking for it? Because a lot of the stuff that I've read has said that usually it's a partnership. And even in our state law now, it says that nothing can be done by the federal government in our state without the governor and the executive council being involved in approving. So I'm just trying to figure out if you are aware of any times that this has been undertaken without the approval of the people to whom would be affected.
Well, I do know that where I was operating out in Western North Dakota, since the Western states are quite large, it's very easy to track the downstream effects. But the company that ran the air operations actually did work with not just North Dakota in multiple seasons. They actually worked with South Dakota, Wyoming, and Montana. So there is oftentimes collaboration between the affected states, because that is, I did not get specific legal training on this, but learning about water rights, it is quite complicated, and downstream effects are definitely something that need to be considered. But I do not know any exact instances where it caused conflict.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I want to thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
And I'll invite next Mr. Gerald Buchholz from Bethlehem, New Hampshire, to testify. Good afternoon and welcome to STV.
Is that correct? This is the first time I'm here, so you have to apologize if I'm doing this incorrectly. My name is Gerald Buchholz. I'm a resident of Bethlehem. I'm representing myself, and I am for the House resolution. My background is in theoretical physics. I have a master's degree. It's like I've worked also at the university in the meteorology department. So it's been some time ago. It's like I'm not actively in this. But it's like I've been definitely following some of the related physics and chemistry around this particular kind of like subject as well. I think solar radiation management is potentially dangerous. It comes with a lot of, it is at this point in time not particularly well understood from what I've seen so far, in the sense that a lot of the aerosols that are currently being proposed for being used for SRM have not clearly been understood how they work in very large complex systems such as our weather system. There can be radiative forcing that does not cool cool the respective areas where the aerosols are brought out, but potentially also warm them. There's a very high degree of uncertainty around the ozone chemistry. It's like particularly some of the sulfate oxides can actually interact with the ozone layer as well, and as such basically revert some of the significant progress we've been made in restoring the ozone layer, which would obviously potentially negative. There's some unclear elements of toxic exposure. It's like some of the aerosols that are currently being proposed are poorly understood on in terms of like where things are. And there can also be chemical byproducts resulting from interactions of those aerosols with other naturally occurring kind of components. There's something that is called termination shock risks. So it's like if you suddenly or even gradually phase out the use of these types of aerosols or SRM mechanisms, they can be a sudden rebound, sometimes even a stronger rebound in the temperature of the specific area or areas. There's also the potential, although that is not quite as well understood, of a cooling cascade. So it's like you suddenly start to cool things down, and this gets out of control and cools down further and further. So it's like that is not particularly well understood either. And there's a huge potential problem around the overall impact on the larger weather systems. Like there's a potential of shifting jet streams. There's a potential of potentially influencing negatively the polar vortex and the polar wind streams. And as such, resulting in significant changes in the weather patterns, including sudden droughts, sudden floods, or sudden other significant changes in the temperature, not only locally but also in the larger weather system around the globe. And as such, it's like I don't think that this is a particularly good idea at this point in time until there are better studies available. So therefore, supporting the House resolution.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Representative Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So thank you for being here today. You said a couple of times in your remarks that you said that I hope I'm going to quote you accurately, that a lot of the agents that would be used for solar radiation modification that are currently being proposed, you said that twice, currently being proposed, are potentially dangerous, et cetera. Could you enlighten us, the committee, and everyone here as to who is, and what you mean, who is currently proposing the use of solar radiation modification, and where are they proposing to do that, and to what end? Where is this?
There's definitely a discussion in academic papers around that. It's like some of the aerosols being proposed, or the one that I'm most familiar with are sulfide oxides. And it's like there have been some limited experiments out there at this point in time, which have been resulting in showing some obvious effects. But it's an ongoing research topic, so it's like that's where we are
Among academia.
Yep.
In academia.
Correct.
Is
And
it
with
University of New Hampshire academia, or?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know whether I would presume that there are some scientists in New Hampshire as well. It's like I don't know that.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Additional questions? Seeing none, I want to thank you for your testimony. Very enlightening. And next, I'm going to call on Sean Bussing. Welcome to ST&E.
How you doing today?
Good. How are you?
I'm nervous. I've never done this before, so if I seem like I'm going off topic, I'm not.
We're all your friends here.
I'm just trying to get you to realize like where I come from, and then if I seem like I'm going off, it's just because I'm trying to get you to understand where I'm coming from.
Okay, thank you.
So
Just breathe and relax.
I have severe ADHD, but it works out in my favor. But in this situation, I've always my whole life noticed things that people don't notice and don't realize. My background in this is that I own an excavation company. I'm outside 16 to 18 hours a day, 7 days a week, all year round. So I'm always looking at the weather. I'm always watching the weather, wondering what it's going to do, if it's going to rain, how hot it's going to be, because no one wants to work outside when it's 90, 100 degrees. But unfortunately, I do. So on top of that, I'm an avid snowmobiler. I've traveled the continent all the way from British Columbia to northern Quebec, everywhere in between. So snow is my world. I spend hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars of my own money on it because of how much I love the snow and just that nature and all of it. So growing up, I've always watched the snow, and it's gone down, and it's gone down, and it's gone down. So I always ask why, and they're like, oh, global warming, all this stuff. So I'm concerned, so I'm paying attention. So I've started to do my own research, and some of the research I found aluminum, lead, manganese, arsenic, cobalt, iron, barium, zinc, boron, copper, strontium, vanadium, and nickel, and sulfur iodine in my own tests that I've done in a clean environment. And all these things are in a U.S. patent that they list those same things in the patent for weather modification and geoengineering. So that's where I have that. Also, cancer is up 40% since 2010. So, and like the gentleman was saying, there's no effects. The scale that he did that on was very small and probably for a week or a month. We're seeing this every single day, year round, they're doing this. So it's on a scale way bigger than he's talking about. So they kind of just, I feel like, just hope and say, oh, there's no side effects and we don't know. It's like they've never done it on a scale that they're doing now. And I have a 2-month-old, so this is a lot to do with her. And a lot of people go around and just kind of like to pretend that it's not happening, but it's happening, and I see it every single day. And it directly impacts the weather. When I go outside in the morning at 7 a.m., I can go outside and say, oh, it's so nice out. I don't even need to look up at the sky if they're spraying, because on the back of my neck, I can feel it burning my neck. It's like a magnifying glass. So when they spray this in the sky, they quote unquote say it's to cool the planet. It's not to cool the planet, it's to warm the planet. It's warming the planet at a rate we've never seen. Today, The average weather temperature today in New Hampshire is 28 to 30 degrees. It's 52 degrees out today. Today, they're severely spraying. Yesterday, they were severely spraying. The day before, they were severely spraying. It doesn't snow. This year alone in New Hampshire, we had the wettest, rainiest spring in 200 years. And then in the fall, we had the driest drought without rain in 200 years. We're having these floods, we're having these dry spells, we're having this heat, 1 in 200-year storms every year. And they keep wanting just to pretend like, oh, it's a new storm, but it's continually happening. It's happening all the time. And if you outside like me, you notice the weather. You notice what's going on. When it's 60 degrees in January, but 10 below in November, it doesn't really add up. And it's just every day I'm seeing this, and every day the sky is cloudy, and we're breathing it in. My daughter's breathing it in. You guys are breathing it in. It's raining. It's raining down. It's going in the grass. The cows eat the grass. We eat the cows. We can't even get fresh water for our fruits or vegetables. You can't even grow a garden that's not contaminated because literally every night it's just falling down on. So it's all of these things are in it. And if you look up all of these things, all of them are severely bad for the human body to eat, to ingest, to get you sucked into your pores. So I'm not a scientist, but it doesn't take a scientist to see what's going on to know that it's not right and it's not fair. No one consented to this. No one asked our permission to this. 90% of the world has no idea this is even going on because they're so stuck in today's world and the drama and all these things that are distracting people. Nobody even knows. And if they did know the truth, they would know that it's not okay. Nobody asks our permission. They kind of just go and do whatever they want. But it's not really fair because we're the ones paying for it at the end of the day. And I'm not trying to bore you at all, but it's so severe. It should be the #1 topic on everybody's mind because it's more important than any topic you could bring up to me today because you're being poisoned and you can't control it and you can't get away from it. And pretty much like what that guy was saying about the army and stuff, they just guess or they just say it's like, oh, well, it's not going to hurt anybody. How do you know? Have they brought people in and tested everything? No, they don't. They just are hoping. It's all about money. If you follow the money, someone's making money on this. It's nothing to do with saving the planet. It's nothing to do with keeping the planet cool. It's nothing to do with making it rain because if that was the case, all these places wouldn't be in a drought or all these places wouldn't have fires. It's like they could handle that. They could do something about that, but they don't. They use it as an enemy. I don't know why exactly, but there's so many reasons why it's not right and it should not be allowed. And it shouldn't. And every day I drive around, I say, why is this even a fight? Why is this even something that I need to go around and go to fight for? It doesn't even make sense to me that people would allow this or people would even argue on this bill. I mean, I could go on for days, but I don't want to bore you, but I think you guys understand where I stand.
We appreciate your opinion. We really do, Sean. So thank you for coming. Representative Corman has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you. It's Mr. Duffing, is that right?
Boost here,
Yeah. First thing, what town do you live in?
Concord.
Okay,
But I drive around the state, the entire state, for work every week. I'm all over the place.
great. And you know, I love your passion for the environment. You mentioned something about a patent, and I didn't quite
I
catch
don't have
that.
it written down, but I could get. I'm sure she has it. You could look in You can type in U.S. patent, blah 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 blah, and it will say U.S. patent for chemical release of aerosol, and it will say all these things. If you look it up, there's legitimate government patents admitting that they do it. And like he said, oh yeah, I've been doing it since the 40s, been doing it since the 50s, been doing it for 80 years, not on the scale they're doing now. And I just want to grab this photo. I took this today. So this is the sky today. These aren't normal clouds. These aren't cumulus clouds. These aren't any clouds that they want to put a name on. This is directly from chemtrails. And this is what they do. They block the sun. And they say, oh, it's just to make it cooler. But guess what? It's not to make it cooler because it's 30 degrees above average temperature today in January. This is what heats it up. This is like a magnifying glass. And when they don't go out, if they're gone for 2 or 3 days and they're not spraying, the temperature cools right off. It goes to how it should be. It will snow. It will be cold. When they do this at nighttime, the temperature doesn't allow, because at night, say in the summertime, it's 80 degrees. The temperature should go down to like 50, 60 degrees at night. If you've noticed this summer, 80 degrees at night, 90 degrees at night, 75 degrees all night, because this blocks in the globe and doesn't let any heat escape. So therefore, it's not helping global warming or anything. It's making it worse.
Okay, further questions for Sean? Well, Sean, we really appreciate you coming in and giving us your perspective on this.
I really hope you guys think about what I said, and I'm sorry if it doesn't make complete sense, but it's very serious. Thank you.
We will think about it, don't worry. Okay, I have one more pink card on this bill, and so I'd like to call forward Grayson Gee, who is from out of state, actually, and represents a company called Rainmaker Technology Corporation. Okay.
Just like that. There we are. Whenever you're ready, Chairman.
Welcome, and go ahead.
Well, thank you so much, Chairman Vose, Vice Chairman Thomas, and members of the committee. My name is Grayson Gee, and I am a born and raised Texan, but was recently brought on to work for a company called Rainmaker Technology Corporation. We are a young startup that's based out of California that's working to revolutionize this American technology that was invented by American scientists with General Electric in the 40s. We are neutral on House Resolution 35, but I hope in my brief discussion today to provide some clarification regarding the inclusion of cloud seeding in this resolution, to provide context that may be helpful as the committee considers the scope and language of this particular measure. Representative Potenza has agreed to collaborate with us on an amendment, so we're very thankful to her for that, and we'll determine how that process unfolds. But cloud seeding is a long-established weather modification technique. It's not climate altering or it's not a geoengineering practice either. It has been researched, regulated, and transparently conducted in the United States for over 70 years. The practice involves introducing very small quantities of substances, most commonly silver iodide, as the sheet being passed around to all of you indicates, or various types of salts, sodium chloride, or excuse me, yes, like table salt, essentially, into existing clouds to encourage precipitation that would not otherwise fall. Cloud seeding does not alter temperature, it does not alter sunlight, it doesn't change climate systems, it doesn't create clouds, it doesn't create storms, and it can't cause rain to fall out of clear skies. Its effectiveness depends entirely on the presence of suitable atmospheric conditions provided by nature. The materials used in cloud seeding, like we've addressed, are introduced in extremely small quantities and have been the subject of extensive scientific review by federal agencies, academic institutions, and state regulators. These reviews have consistently found no demonstrated adverse impacts to human health, wildlife, or the environment. As the gentleman earlier previously stated, the background presence of silver iodide in a region where an operation had taken place was not statistically significant, and it wasn't even above normal background levels in a given operation area. Importantly, cloud seeding operates entirely within normal atmospheric processes already occurring. It doesn't eject materials into the stratosphere like some have postulated with solar radiation management. It doesn't block sunlight, and it doesn't attempt to modify the Earth's energy or the various types of discussions that have taken place around those issues. It is categorically different from proposed theoretical geoengineering concepts such as stratospheric aerosol injection or solar radiation modification, which aim to influence global climate changes, whereas cloud seeding is particularly regional. With all this context in mind, I would like to ask the committee to consider whether including cloud seeding alongside geoengineering and targeted polluting emissions accurately reflects a suitable scientific classification and regulatory analysis for cloud seeding in New Hampshire. Clarifying or removing references to cloud seeding, as states such as Wyoming and various others have done when they've passed resolutions of a similar manner, would help to ensure that the resolution remains focused on the specific activities and concerns of that the author intends to address. I appreciate the committee's consideration, and I'm more than happy to take any questions if you have them.
I just skimmed through the legislation. I've read it a couple of times. I don't recall seeing cloud seeding listed here. Is it?
Yes,
Did I
sir, it
miss
is. At the very beginning, the introductory paragraph, cloud seeding and weather modification. And then there are various references throughout the resolution to, there's one specifically to weather modification on line 17. And then on line 8, there's a reference to weather. So that's the particular, but the main headline of the bill, or the resolution rather, references cloud seeding. Yes, sir.
The title of the bill
Yes, sir.
mentions cloud seeding, but the bill itself does not.
It does specifically mention weather modification on line 17, which is historically understood to be another term for cloud seeding. Precipitation enhancement is also another term.
Okay, I got it now.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you.
Questions? Vice Chair Thomas has one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I had a question, but the last comment you made gives me pause to agree. Are you, for clarification, are you saying that weather modification only applies to cloud seeding?
No, sir. There have been various conceived technologies to modify the weather. Cloud seeding, in its specificity, is one type of technology in a broader category. And so our intention with the proposed amendment that we'll work on with the author is to remove cloud seeding in a particular reference. So does that help clarify the question?
Follow up?
Yes, I would offer that maybe you might consider putting in the word cloud seeding as except for cloud seeding might be another way to approach what you might be getting at. If that's what you mean.
Yes, sir.
And I can assume that cloud seeding has a definition that you might want to put in there as well.
Yes, sir. That would be valuable. Thank you.
Representative Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Representative Wendy Thomas. In looking at this fact sheet that you sent out, and first of all, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
You said that silver iodide should not be confused with the free silver ions. However, silver iodine degrades fairly easily with exposure to light, and so if it degrades, you get silver and iodine. So how can you say that it doesn't produce the ions?
I am not a scientist, but I'd be more than happy to connect you with ours. But I will speak to this question in particular. The science that we're referring to in that fact sheet is based on the decades of studying the environmental impacts of seeding operations in a given region. And so they're testing for the presence of silver iodide in a given environment. I am not familiar with the particular process of that breakdown necessarily. I know that silver iodide is it's not dissoluble. It doesn't seep into the ecosystem. And so I would be curious to learn more about that, and I'd be happy to get back to you with a better answer.
Thank you very much.
Representative Kaplan has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. I just have a question about your company's operations. Are you operating in the New England region? And could you just tell us a little bit more about that?
Sure. No, sir, we are not operating in New England. Our company is based in California, but we have a research laboratory in Oregon, and we have a forward mission operations command center in Salt Lake City, Utah. Our focus as like I said, a 2 or 3-year-old company has been to target the areas where water is certainly needed most. And that has looked like primarily focusing on the western states like Utah and Idaho, where we have just recently launched one of the largest seeding operations in U.S. history, where in collaboration with the Department of Natural Resources, or I forget the exact name, in Utah, we are working to increase snowpack in the mountains outside the Great Salt Lake, so that then over the course of seasons, you have increased snowmelt, which then translates into increased water inflowing into the various environmental regions around the Great Salt Lake and ultimately, hopefully, refilling the Great Salt Lake. So most of our operations have been in the western states. Yeah. Yes, sir. Rainmaker.
Representative McGee.
Rainmaker Technology Corporation. Yes.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I want to thank you for your testimony.
Thank you,
Since
sir.
I have no more pink cards. Yes?
I didn't put a pink card in. I'll put it in post 2 minutes later.
Well, the rules of the House are that you have to submit a pink card if you want to testify. Yes.
all of you guys, but I have to say this, and I know I'm not supposed to be on the record, but I sent you all of that information. I sent you 12-page document that had the patents, that had everything. So I'm gonna grab that from 2 years ago and resend it to all of you, okay? Because I think.
Okay, thank you. So I assume we have a pink card on its way? All right, so Jason Gerhard is recognized to speak on this bill.
Thank you. I was moved to speak, Jason Gerhard out of Northfield. I was moved to speak on this from the prior speaker. I just want to make the committee aware that Rainmaker was cloud seeding in Texas 2 days before the floods that killed 135 people, including all the young girls that were campers. And I think that's kind of important. It was kind of breezed over. And I mean, we're kind of getting hit with these, just trust me, bro. And I don't trust them. I don't trust the government. I don't think corporations should have some kind of higher standing than people who are actually paying the taxes. And that's why I'm up here, just to say that very briefly. I was going to speak on the other bill. I didn't even want to speak on this one because I don't really believe in resolutions, House resolutions. But that's all I wanted to say. So thank you. Point being, there's real consequences to this. I understand everybody's just trying to help everybody out, but you know what? People are getting tax dollars, and this is all money operation. So, yeah. All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for pointing that out. Since I have no more pink cards, I'm going to conclude the public hearing on House Resolution 35. And we will immediately, I think we will, is it 3 o'clock? Yes, it's 3 o'clock. So we will immediately open a public hearing on House Bill 1128. Yes, we're back on time. And I'm going to call on the prime sponsor of this legislation to introduce it to us. So Representative Kelly Potenza, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman Vo and members of the committee again. For the record, Representative Kelly Potenza, Stratford District 19. So I'm here, back up here to introduce House Bill 1128. Before I get into this, I would want to say, Representative Scheller, this is the bill that repeals 12F. So that you were talking about House Resolution, here it is. So HB 1128 is a narrowly tailored bill grounded in constitutional principles. It does not ban weather modification. It establishes clear guardrails to ensure that any use of weather modification technologies in New Hampshire occurs only during a declared emergency with transparency, oversight, and public consent. And that's constitutionally foundation. It's consent of the governed. So the New Hampshire Constitution makes it clear that all political power is inherent in the people. Part 1, Article 1 states that all authority originates from the people and is founded in consent. Article 2 affirms the people's natural right to life, liberty, and property. And Article 10 guarantees the right to reform government when it departs from its proper ends. Weather modification is not a localized or a private act. It has statewide and regional impacts on property, water, agriculture, ecosystems, and public health. When government intentionally alters atmospheric conditions without notice, disclosure, or emergency justification, it risks violating these constitutional principles. So why is 1128 necessary? So current law allows weather modification experimentation without explicit emergency limitations or robust public notice. HB 1128 corrects that basically by restricting such activity to catastrophic drought conditions declared by the governor with documented justification and publication pursuant to RSA 445. So basically, emergency only, authority with oversight. This bill requires a declared emergency, a 14-day environmental review, Department of Environmental Services oversight, and full public disclosure of chemicals or technologies, funding sources, and potential impacts on human health and wildlife. As an aside, I'm in environment and agriculture, and, I'd have to say I'm probably now, I think there's another person with me, but I am a staunch Republican, but I am a staunch person for the environment. I say all the time that there is no 603 advantage if we don't have any clean drinking water, and we destroy all our special places in New Hampshire. And it's very, very important to me, and I take that seriously. So, transparency and public trust. So, transparency is not optional when the state exercises extraordinary power. HB 1128 ensures New Hampshire residents are informed in advance and have confidence that emergency measures are lawful, limited, and accountable. So I respectfully ask that you support this. On an aside, because I think this, I've been down this pathway for a long time, it seems. I have had multiple conversations with the Department of Environmental Services, and I do in my committee, but just an aside on this stuff. And they really, the gentleman from Rainmaker, for example, he's been there since September, he knows like 4 million times more about like cloud seeding, this technology, than DES. Like they had no clue about it. So one of my friends that homeschools her son found in this cool New Hampshire history book a page in there, and DES didn't even know about it. So it was in the 1950s. It's the old technology of cloud seeding, where it was kind of like the dry ice type of, and he could tell you about that because I don't know the science behind it. In any case, and so that's the only documented case of cloud seeding that ever took place in New Hampshire. And it was in like 1950. So I have a picture of that. I'm going to send it all to the committee. You'll think it's cool, whatever. So it has happened before, but DES didn't even know about it. So I think that this bill is. I think it's important. I think that we have to be clear here. We're not talking about weather modification that is just some random. We're talking about polluting emissions. Every single time, yes, there could be one change in cloud seeding in my House resolution, I get it, but every other time we're talking about it, we're talking about things that no one has consented to, that are releasing polluting things into the atmosphere. That's the key there. If it's SRM or SAI or whatever it may be, it's polluting emissions. So if you have any questions.
Thank you. I do have a couple of questions for you, actually. On lines 13 through 15, you talk about, do you have a copy of the bill? Yeah, I'll grab it. You talk about prior to engaging in cloud seeding, the state shall conduct a 14-day environmental review. Who specifically in the state will conduct that environmental?
So that would be from the executive branch, because in a declared state of emergency, so for example, if we're having, let's say we're in a severe drought or, something's very catastrophic and she feels like that she needs to act. And someone else will talk about this, but that doesn't, it's not just a cloud seeding thing that happens, in a week. This is something that if there's something severe, these things would take place over a period of time. Like it would happen probably over like 3 months or something like that to have an impact. But the Department of Environmental Services would be the driver of all of this because she declares a state of emergency just like anything else. All of these types of things would fall underneath that. And they already do that now with different projects and all of that kind of stuff. So how the bill was written before, which had public notice and stuff like that, that's different. That, it's not really informing people. If there's a declared state of emergency and that we need to do some cloud seeding to help out, let's say, for example, the northern region or something like that, it's going to be all over WMUR. People are going to know what's going to happen. They'll be prepared for it. That's the whole piece. It would come from the executive branch and the study would come from DES.
Mentioned earlier that you had talked to DES about.
Yes, not about this one specifically, but in the past I've talked to them because they were literally like, we don't cloud seed. We've never cloud seeded.
Okay, can you let me ask my question then,
sorry.
please? Starting on line 16, you talk about the Department of Environmental Services maintaining oversight of all this activity, including placing public notices in newspapers and disclosing to the public the chemical compounds and technologies to be used. When you discussed this with DES, what did they tell you about how they would perform these functions, where the money would come from to perform these functions?
Because this would be in a catastrophic situation, they didn't feel as if there needed to be any discussion. We're talking about like I said, the The only thing on record that they didn't even know about was 1950. They said, we don't cloud seed. So the chances of this happening are very, very slim to none. So it's basically in place for that reason. So they didn't have any, I don't think that we would need to put a fiscal note on something that's a what if. This would be a catastrophic emergency situation where they put public notices all the time. I mean, in Rochester, for example, they do it constantly. That has to do with wetlands and the wastewater treatment stuff. I mean, I work with the landfill stuff all the time. They're pretty fluent in doing this kind of stuff very easily, public notices.
Mr. Fitzgerald from DES is here. I'm going to ask him some questions after you finish your testimony. Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Potenza, for taking my question. Very simple question. Line 9, the last word, or. Did you mean and?
Sorry, what did you ask me?
In line 9.
Yes,
the last word
or.
is or. So conditions A, B, and C in lines 4 through 12.
Okay.
The conjunction is or. And the way I read these, they're actually cascading. And if I were writing it, I would have put and there rather than or. And I'm wondering if you really meant any of these three things or all three of these things.
I meant all of these three things. So, yeah, it needs to be and. That's a OLS mistake. Sorry, I missed it.
Okay, further questions. Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Representative Wendy Thomas. First of all, thank you for being here, and I completely respect your passion on this. As you know, environmental destruction is one of my top topics. Priorities. Thank you. However, in this bill, I'm a little confused about the timeline, and I'd like you to help me figure it out. So let's say there's a catastrophic emergency, and the governor declares the emergency. So that's day one. That triggers this 14-day evaluation from the state, correct?
Well, if she declares a state of emergency for whatever reason, if she's declaring a state of emergency and then says there needs to be some emergency cloud seeding, yes, that's when it ticks.
Okay, just to follow up. And then you talk about at least 1 month prior to the presentation of any cloud seeding. So how can we go back in time 1 month when we're already two weeks into this situation?
So I brought that up with OLS because I worked on this, of course, with our chair of our committee because she had a problem with everybody wanted 12F repealed, but she's like, well, I really can't support it unless it has this in here in case, God forbid, we needed, in a state of emergency. And I went through this with OLS and said that doesn't that, she said no, the woman the attorney that I worked with said, no, it's fine because it wouldn't happen like that. So she was basically saying during that 14 days, that 30 days counted, and I didn't read it like that either. So if there needs to be an amendment here, because it's not making sense.
Okay.
I brought that up. I have an email to prove that, but she said, no, it all matches.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay, additional questions. Representative Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, and thank you for being here. Again, also appreciate your passion for the environment and protecting human health. I'm just a little bit sort of concerned about the use of the word in lines 25 and 26. The use, in both cases, it's an or. The use of the word experimentation. You say that DES would disclose the technologies to be used in the program or experimentation events, including the effects of the program or experimentation on human health. The notion that the state would be experimenting on human health or conducting experiments in the atmosphere, would you be comfortable with an amendment that would strike the use of those words?
Yes, but you have to understand that experiment was in the previous statute. It basically said that we could be experimented on.
Okay.
So, yes, I'd love to take it out. I don't want to be experimented on. So we could fix what, this is your bill now, right? I'd love to be part of it, but I know how it works in here. But, yeah, we can fix that up. But that was the biggest crux. I mean, hundreds and hundreds of emails just about that. Like, I didn't consent to be experimented on. So, okay.
So just for clarification, Representative, are you saying that the references to experimentation existed in 12F?
They exist right now.
Previously?
Yeah, they're in the law right now.
Okay.
It's current law.
But if you're repealing that law, as line 1 says, then why do you need to refer to experimentation since that language is now gone?
So basically, if you read the front, right, it says to close to the public the chemical compounds and technologies to be used in the proposed weather modification program. So not everybody is necessarily going to use, we say cloud seeding. That's general term. So, for example, the gentleman that's here, the technology that he's using in cloud seeding might not be the technology. Let's say there's a declared state of emergency 50 years from now or whatever, that could be completely different technology. So I think that's why that was still ambiguous there, because it wasn't specific. But if we want to make that specific, weather modification program, we can just literally go right back to, if you want, just say cloud seeding. Proposed weather modification program or cloud seeding event in the state. So, and then wipe out the other stuff if you wanted to.
Okay, thanks. Got it. Vice Chair Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question really quick. Just from the last conversation, perhaps a definition might be in order?
Yes, definitely.
Particularly for cloud seeding?
Oh, I'll totally do that. Yes, wonderful. A lot of bills this year have had some like kind of little glossaries in there, and I like that because I think it's really good for all legislators that don't know. I mean, you guys are on science, energy, and tech, and so, of course, in environment and agriculture, a lot of people don't know certain terms, but I think that's a fantastic idea.
Representative McGee?
Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Potenza, for your tenacity in coming back in front of us again.
I'm never coming back again. This is it. No, I'm just kidding.
And I do understand that, and I do respect it. I actually look at this as like on line 1, where it says weather modification, emergency cloud seeding. I mean, I think this is clearer than what we had before.
Yes.
And I can see certainly the intent with it. And I think it's pretty simple. So I don't know what problem there would be in replacing what is currently in 12F with this. And so I just wanted to say I appreciate that you have worked with so many people to try and pull this to a place where you can try and get it over the finish line. And if there are exceptions to it with DES and whatever, then we certainly will be willing to hear that, because as you said, it's our bill, so we can amend it in any way that may be necessary, but I think your intent is clear here, right? You're trying to make sure that the state is covered and the people are covered and that they're notified, and that, so I think you've been really clear about what your intent's been the whole time, but this is the first time I've seen it in a format that really seems like it's pretty close.
Thank you so much.
Representative Schneller has a comment or a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Platenza. So the original bill that I had submitted was just rip 12F out by the roots, because that word experimentation was alarming to me. This is much better, far superior to just yanking that out by the roots. Although I think that was a step in the right direction. This addresses a lot more issues that are out there and subject to some minor tweaks. I think this is excellent. So that's my comment. My question is, are you comfortable with sort of handing this off to the committee and allowing for those modest modifications? It's already handed
I don't
off.
have a choice, but I am comfortable. I would love to be kept in the know if there's anything that I can do to help in that process. I have to say that it was, I was a ripper of a 12F too, but to get consensus and bipartisan, I did that. And to include the chair, who's my Republican chair of Environment and Agriculture, she just didn't feel comfortable in repealing something that she is the one that amended the bill. 12F basically was like, oh, you can do whatever you want on the people. And she actually had the notification piece, but she still wasn't happy with it. So that's the reason why how it came here is because she basically said, great, Kelly, I can support it now. So I think that's, that's how we make the sausage in here. So,
I will assure you, Representative Potenza, that even though the bill is now ours, we will work with you to make modifications to it
Awesome, thanks.
that you're agreeable to. All right, any further, Representative Swanson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Potenza. I'm struggling with this term declaring an emergency. The notion that an emergency has to be declared, and I see this as sort of a protocol, it lays out a protocol for the process of deciding whether you're going to do cloud seeding or whatever. And, excuse me. And so I'm curious, other Western states have, I've read about Western states that have collaborated in cloud seeding. Certainly in the West, drought is not an insignificant problem, and there's a long history of cloud seeding for the purpose of alleviating drought and so forth. I'm wondering if the other states that have done this follow this protocol, because declaring an emergency seems extreme. So have you consulted other states and what protocols that they use for invoking this?
No, I have not. Good question. I have not consulted other states because I have consulted the history of New Hampshire. And so if we had the climate, the landscape and all of that of those other states, I would be like, okay, definitely. But like I said, DES, the department had no knowledge of cloud seeding, didn't have any information on it at all, and had no idea of the one cloud seeding episode that took place that I found in a little homeschooler's book, history book, on New Hampshire history from 1950. So I don't believe that it's necessary.
No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you, Representative Potenza, for introducing this legislation. I'd like to call on Mike Fitzgerald from New Hampshire DES to answer a couple of questions. Thank you. I appreciate you being here and taking the time to answer a couple of questions for us.
The day with you folks.
So I understand Representative Potenza's contention that this is probably the process described in this legislation would probably never be necessary or never be used. But if it, by some strange occurrence, was necessary to be used, it appears that the department would have to do some reviews, would have to do some notification of the public, would have to do some other things.
Correct.
Is this within the purview of the department in terms of being able to finance the activities described in this legislation? Or would the department go to the governor and say, you have to appropriate some money to do this? And if you did have to do that and it had to go through the executive council, would that mess up the timeline here?
So yes, thank you for the opportunity to answer your questions. And Representative Potenza spoke about consulting with DES. I was not purview to any of those discussions, but she is correct in that we have no current expertise or information or anyone on staff who has any knowledge or expertise in cloud seeding, weather modification, et cetera. We do have drought management staff. And I guess my answer to that would be I don't think a drought emergency would happen overnight. It would be something that would evolve over a period of time. As it does now, we have several, months of no rain and so on. And this bill envisions that we, in consultation with the governor, would recommend that the governor declare a drought emergency. There's currently no such provision right now. We do have drought advisory and drought information that we put out, and we do a lot of public notifications and so on. We actually have programs to assist well owners whose wells have been impacted by drought and that sort of thing. If the governor were to call us, I would say, I think this is an emergency. I need you to do this. We would do our best to do it. We currently have no. The representative did correctly point out that we have numerous programs, landfills and water, wetlands, et cetera, that do all kinds of public notification. Those programs are all budgeted and do that work through their budgets. There is no such cloud seeding expertise or program within the department at this point in time. And the nearest thing I can think of is back in 2016 when we were informed of the PFAS contamination that arose out in the city of Merrimack as a result of air emissions from St. Gobain. And we became very suddenly aware that there was a very significant problem. We diverted some resources that came from other arenas, but they were related to water contamination, some of our MTBE sources and so on. And we went out and did a lot of well sampling and did a lot of emergency activity. We provided water, and all of this was in conjunction with the governor's office. And generally, we also work to keep the legislature involved and appraised of all of these activities, but it was all undertaken and I would imagine that if this were to happen and the governor were to call us, we would try to find what we could find. One thing I question is a 14-day environmental review. I'm not sure that we can get the title page on an environmental review in 14 days. But I mean, that's a very complex. But again, we would, we do have public health staff, risk staff. We would put them on it, and we would ask them to produce as much as they could produce in 14 days and comply. But I guess the short answer, I've given the long one. The short answer to your question is there are no current resources dedicated or allocated to this, and we would this bill would give us responsibilities, but would not give us any funding to prepare for such an event.
But if the governor declared an emergency and approached you, you would do your best to follow the process here to produce some kind of result. Turn your mic back on, please.
We're part of the executive branch, and we would follow the direction of the governor to the extent that the law allows and within our budget restrictions.
Chair Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Your last comment gets to the root of what I'm about to ask. Does this bill not give you authority and allow you to, should it pass into law, to write rules for your department to look at stages as to when you might enact what this bill would do?
I'm sorry. I do not see anything in this bill that gives us rulemaking authority and relative to this. We have some pretty broad general authority, but as a rule, we don't make rules using general authority. We, for instance, we came to you this morning to talk about RGGI. We have broad authority. We could go ahead under our general authority and implement RGGI rules. I don't think that would be very wise, and I don't think you folks would appreciate that. But we generally look to the legislature to give us specific authority if there is a need. But this bill does not provide any specific reference to rulemaking under the Administrative Procedures Act.
Follow up.
I guess what I'll rephrase the question. In light of what you said about the fact that a drought does not happen instantaneously, it happens over a period of time.
Yes.
I suspect, judging from what my town does, that there will be certain stages of declared. There might
Yes.
be small drought, minor, whatever, and there'll be a certain time when it's imminent that there might be a drought or emergency called.
Yes.
So in that interim, can you not write at least not maybe rules, but policies maybe, where you say at this point of a drought state, we will start doing this in preparation for what you may have to do in accordance with this law?
We currently do have drought management staff, and we do have processes by which drought, we monitor drought along with the federal government, and, certain areas of the state are declared severe drought or whatever. You'll see it on, Channel 9 puts up the charts and so on. So we do have that kind of staff. The area where we would lack any expertise in is cloud seeding. We don't have anyone on staff that has any knowledge or information about cloud seeding. We can use Google with the best of them, and AI. I did hear about a mistake this morning, but I don't forget anything. But I mean, we'd make every effort to try to fulfill the requirements if this bill is in fact passed.
Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald. You said that you had concerned about a 14-day period being insufficient for an environmental review. Just as a ballpark, what do you think would suffice?
Well, okay, I mean, my experiences with, for instance, National Environmental Policy Act, NEPA reviews, those are on the order of years. We have done studies. We do, our environmental and public health staff has a grant from the federal government called ATSDR, where we have done studies on specific sources and cancer clusters that have risen and so on. Those are typically on the order of months or longer. Again, we would do whatever we could do within 14 days, and whatever the government and AI can provide to us.
Follow up.
Yeah, another question I have about this is it says that the state conducts this review assessing potential risks and benefits, but the bill doesn't really say who's doing the cloud seeding. So how do we even know what they're using? Any reaction to that?
So Section 3 of the bill starts and says the department shall maintain oversight over all cloud seeding activities to ensure compliance with regulations. Again, we have no current knowledge, expertise, ability. We don't regulate in the air division, certainly cloud seeding. It doesn't fall under any of our current statutory authorities. Again, I would concur with the judgment of both the chair and the sponsor that the chances of this happening are relatively slim, but we don't know what that means to maintain oversight of all cloud seeding activities to ensure compliance with regulations. I'm not sure what regulations are referenced. Again, it's not a topic that we have any current knowledge or expertise in.
I have a follow-on question to Representative Corman's question about a 14-day environmental review. Instead of calling it an environmental review, would it make sense to call it a drought management review?
Well, I think the intent here is to look at the environmental impacts of whatever cloud seeding is proposed. And not, I mean, it might be a drought weather response review or something like that. But I think the intent is, as I read it, assessing potential risks and benefits, ensuring that activities will not result in harm to the environment, public health, or wildlife. I would say that's an environmental review of some sort. I mean, I think if you're suggesting that maybe this be changed, we'd be welcome to, we'd be happy to work with people and share with you what we do in response to droughts now and so on. But again, there's just nothing relating to cloud seeding that we in the department have any resources to fall back on or look to. We would look to our public health staff that you heard about this morning.
If it just said, conduct a 14-day review that assesses the potential risks and benefits and ensures that the activities, blah, blah, blah. Take the
Again,
word
that's-
environmental out, because environmental implies, as you said earlier, a year-long or multi-year investigation of something that affects the larger environment. So maybe what this bill really wants to do is just assess the risks and benefits of the cloud seeding operation.
I would interpret that to be the intent. I'm not, I mean, the language in section 2 there is pretty broad and pretty vague. We'd be more than interested to talk about how that would work.
Representative Kaplan has a question.
Yeah, this might be a related question. I think we're all we're hearing that you don't have the cloud seeding expertise in the department. And we know that we're experiencing more and more severe droughts in New Hampshire. So how what do you foresee as an effective mitigation strategy if our droughts keep getting worse? Why aren't you considering cloud seeding? Is cloud seeding not a very effective strategy for a wide regional drought, which this would more likely be? You don't have the expertise, but you have more expertise than anybody else in this room.
I would defer to the gentleman who was here previously, I think, but I think what you heard from him was that typically this is looked at on a local scale, smaller scale basis. When we experience drought here, it's typically New England wide. It doesn't happen just here. Canadian wildfires are because of drought that occurs over millions of acres in Canada, as we talked about this morning. So this is not a New Hampshire specific thing, that New Hampshire centric that we'd be looking at. And so I think cloud seeding proposed for the state of New Hampshire would probably be something that would be considered in conjunction with, a much wider arena, New England and governors and Eastern Canadian premiers. I think this would be, if it got to this point, it would be a broader issue than just New Hampshire. That's my personal assessment. I'm not speaking for the department on that, but again, I'm not a drought expert. We can certainly bring drought management staff to any future discussions and work sessions.
Representative Reynolds, you have a question?
Mr. Chairman, my question was going to be that if this situation ever unfolded and we were put in this position where the governor declared, we rolled up to an emergency, that couldn't the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services, lacking, internal capacity, expertise on cloud seeding, one of your resources could be, though, consult with your colleagues at Western states where this stuff apparently does occur, to, consult and get say some opinion or some scientific expertise to say, well, this has been done here over this period. There's never been, or whatever the environmental effects may have been. I mean, you have resources across the country, do you not, and your colleagues?
Yes, we do participate in organizations such as ECOS, the Environmental Commissioners of the States. There's an air, also a national organization of air agencies, that's referred to as NACA. We have an alphabet soup, as you know. And so we do have a number of resources, people that we could reach out to and consult with. I will say when we conduct drought management activities in the department, and again, that's not my purview, I'd certainly prefer to have staff, but we don't do that in isolation. We bring in a number of state agencies. We bring in federal partners, Fish and Wildlife and agriculture and water management authorities and so on. The federal government has a number of agencies. So we don't conduct those activities in a vacuum. We do it in conjunction with a broad number of partners, and we would cast a net wherever we needed to cast a net to try to address whatever the committee decided that they felt we should address.
Representative Ploget.
Thank you, Chair. Segueing off of Representative Reynolds, if the committee decides to give you the authority or the phrase, the responsibility to look into private other states who have been doing it, they must have already done it. If we give you if the committee decides to put into here, to give you the authority to look, would that be helpful for the DES?
Not without any funding associated with it. I'm being somewhat facetious, but what I'd like to point out is we have 400 some odd staff. They're all busy every day doing every job. We have, as you heard this morning, a significant number of vacancies. We have a significant number of funding limitations. I don't have people sitting around that I can say, go spend a month researching cloud seeding and give to us. We would find, again, if the governor tasked us with it, we would do our best. But if you gave us authority to do such, we would certainly say that would be great. We would. I don't have staff that I can take off of that and do this outside of an emergency. If the governor called and said it was an emergency, I'd take staff from various places and say, this is an emergency, stop doing the job that you're doing today and work on this for 14 days or whatever. We'd do our best.
Representative Schneller.
Mr. Chairman, just the way this is written, again, we're sort of measure of degree. This suggests that nobody just woke up one day and said, "Oh my gosh, it's awfully hot out, and the trees are all withering, and the crops are." There's been a period of observance in advance of this. This is sort of you doing the roll-up analysis after. This implies a period of time where your expertise and the DES expertise has been brought to bear and provided information to the governor over a period of time. And then finally, the governor says, time for an emergency.
Yeah.
And this gives you essentially 14 days to roll up that final analysis and say, okay, we're ready to go. But that would provide you a fairly broad amount of time in advance of an emergency declaration to consult with other states, to consult with experts, to bring in consultants.
So I have been with the department for 25 years now. I have, again, I'm in the air division, but I've probably been through 10 or more cycles over the last 20 years of drought, severe drought, less severe, et cetera, many years. We've had one year where we briefed the executive council on we were in severe drought, and then 2 weeks later it started raining and rained for 2 weeks, and so we're good at managing drought from a water management perspective. The stuff that is envisioned here is outside of our expertise. So even if we saw this unfolding, I mean, maybe the governor would come to us and say, hey, DES, divert some of your money somehow, or I just found $100,000 in the budget to somewhere that I can give you, hire some staff that have expertise in this arena. I mean, I do have with me my chief scientist, Dave Healy, in the back here. He's a chief air scientist, but he has no expertise in cloud seeding. So my point is just that even if we saw this unfolding, we don't have the resources to evaluate cloud seeding rolling up to this, other than to do some cursory literary review and research and so on. And, you know, we would need to know what exactly was proposed, what company was going to do it, what chemicals were they going to be using, and so on. I assume that would all be being discussed over a period of time. This would, you know, I think I've heard climate change referred to as a slowly unfolding emergency. You know, I mean, and I think this would be a similar thing. It would be over a period of time. This would evolve. But if the governor directed us to develop some expertise in this, we'd do what we could do to find that. But I don't have the resources right now. And I don't have any expertise. Representative Potenza was right. I can't imagine anybody in the department ever saying, yeah, we're aware and we know what's going on, and especially we don't know anything about what happened in 1950. I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm just.
Brief follow-up?
Brief follow-up.
So, again, assuming the governor came to you
Yeah.
and you did not have adequate resources and expertise, your answer therefore would be, based on what we know, we can't give you the thumbs up on this. This could cause a problem, and therefore it's a drought. We have droughts. They've happened in the past. They'll happen in the future. Based on what we've got, we can't give you the thumbs up.
I do have a public health risk assessor on staff. I do have a group of folks that you heard about this morning that do public health risk education and management and across the department. They work for the air division. They're in the air division, and I could assign someone in that division to give, you know, here's the information I know. Go do some research and come up with what you can tell me as to whether there's any potential risk here. How comprehensive it would be in a period of 14 days. But again, I think your point is well taken. This wouldn't happen overnight. We'd be discussing this, and we'd probably ask people to start looking into it at time. But that would just be general public health risk environmental staff, not anyone with any particular expertise in this arena.
Okay, we're going round and round on this, so I want to thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald, for helping us understand that side of this issue. We have a couple of more people who would like to testify on this bill, so I'd like to call on Grayson Gee again from Rainmaker Technology. Welcome back. I would ask that you not be too repetitive.
Yes, sir.
Concerning your testimony, given the fact that we heard from you on the previous bill. Thank you.
Yes, of course. And for the record, we're opposed to this bill for a technical reason. There were a lot of conversation around what's happening in the West, what's possible in this region if it were to be a international collaboration with Canada and the governors of New England. The technical question or concern here is that cloud seeding is fully and completely dependent on natural processes to be effective. So in the event of a drought, a long-term seasonal drought, I mean, about 80% of the state as it is under severe drought, D2, if I understand correctly. That would mean that the atmospheric conditions, which are suitable for cloud seeding, wouldn't exist in the first place. So the problem then comes, it's almost as if you're putting a Band-Aid on a bullet hole in a particular sense, because the conditions required to make cloud seeding effective are long-term seasonal planning, where it's the science indicates that it's anywhere from a 10 to 20% precipitation increase when done effectively over the course of seasons. So, in the instance of multi-state collaboration that you mentioned in the West, there's been a partnership put in place between the state of Idaho and the state of Utah, because it's all based on the river basins and the way the hydrology works. And so we target particular regions to precipitate over, given the particulars of the basin and the river and the type of water inflow that we're trying to create over the course of seasons, such that it's a cumulative effect that sort of adds cushion to prevent drought from becoming much of a problem. I certainly, our motivation at Rainmaker is to end water scarcity and alleviate drought across the country. And we're very much environmentally minded. I mean, the water is used for everything. It's used for personal use. It's used for municipal use, agricultural use, energy use. There's a broad need for water across the country, and our objective is certainly environmental. So with all that being said, this bill provides us concern because if the state of New Hampshire were to ever propose cloud seeding in an emergency setting in a drought context, it wouldn't be very effective, and it would probably be a waste of taxpayer resources.
Good perspective. Questions for Mr. G? Representative Corman.
So am I to understand then, when you're actually doing cloud seeding in the west, that the conditions for rain are there, and either it's not raining and you're helping it rain, or it's raining a little and you're making it rain more?
That's the second part of what you said is a more accurate understanding. The way that it works ordinarily is that in a given cloud system, there's what could be referred to as rivers of atmospheric moisture. It often exists in a state called supercooled liquid water, which is water that is below freezing, but is not solid because it's so pure that it doesn't have a particulate to grab onto and engage the freezing reaction to develop the density to fall as precipitation. And so what happens ordinarily in a given storm or a given weather pattern is that that supercooled liquid water is in the atmosphere, and dust or pollen or some kind of particulate in the atmosphere interacts with that cloud system and causes the cloud to freeze, the moisture in that cloud to freeze and develop the density to fall as either snow or rain, depending on lower atmospheric conditions. And so what cloud seeding does, and the reason that silver iodide was sort of selected by scientists who have studied this, is it simulates that natural process. And so silver iodide is a particulate that its molecular structure is most similar to that of ice. And so it's very efficient at triggering that freezing reaction that's required for the moisture to develop the density to fall as either rain or snow. And so what cloud seeding does is using, at Rainmaker in particular, we use advanced radar systems and a drone-based platform, like a quadcopter, about 4 by 4 foot drone system, to using meteorologists to study the data as well as advanced radar systems, identify those pockets of moisture in the environment that would not rain otherwise. So it's a matter of one of the oftentimes people will object to cloud seeding because they'll say you're stealing from Peter to pay Paul, right? If you're taking rain from one place, you're not going to allow for rain to fall in another place. And that's just not how it works fundamentally, because we're targeting systems that wouldn't rain otherwise. So it's a net benefit by pulling additional moisture out of the atmosphere that wouldn't have fallen otherwise.
That's a good explanation. Thank you. I understand it more
Thank you,
fully
sir.
now. So,
And the handout I shared provides a little bit more of a breakdown on that particular process.
okay, good. Any further questions for Mr. G? Seeing none, thank you. We'll
Thank you,
call on
Chairman.
the last person who wants to testify on this bill, and that's Carrie Versalini of Portsmouth. So Carrie, welcome to ST&E.
Please excuse me because I did not prepare anything until about 20 minutes ago because of all the conversation. So I apologize if I'm a little rattled or whatever. My name is Carrie Versalini. I'm a licensed clinical mental health counselor in New Hampshire. I have offices in the Seacoast area. I've lived in New Hampshire basically my whole life, was born and raised here. I've seen all the changes happening over my lifetime with weather modification and all that. I'm really here to represent and really champion the consent part of this bill. I think it's really important, especially I'm more of a holistic therapist, so I don't traditionally work with, all the pharmaceuticals and everything. And most of my clients come to me because they are really championing their own health and they're really trying to be intentional about how they live their life. And with things like weather modification programs, it really takes away their autonomy. It really takes away their ability to speak for what their desires are. And as the live free or die state, that is part of our motto for being in New Hampshire. And many people come to this state specifically for the health freedoms that New Hampshire provides. And so my concern is that without people having consent, not only can they not really be responsible for how they can take care of their bodies, but also, I do, even though people come to me looking for alternative options, they often are also on psychiatric medications and so on. And there's no proof from what I've seen so far that weather modification programs do not have a mental health impact on people, that chemicals that are sprayed in aerosols and so on do not have a mental health impact. And I personally, in the 13 years that I have been a licensed clinical mental health counselor, have seen trends after seeing spraying in the skies in my clients that come in with mental health fluctuations, with respiratory illnesses increased and so on. And I'm concerned as a practitioner who supports and is, trying to help people stay well, stay stable mentally, that there's not enough information to show that this is something we can trust. And I would implore, whoever's involved in this to do actual research by third-party providers to do the research on this before we make big decisions. I'm obviously for this bill and for the last bill because I really, truly believe in consent. I hope that you'll take that in mind that, how many people are in our state right now, too, that are suffering from mental health and physical health conditions. And for people who do really try to stay on it and do all the things that they can, eat well, exercise, remove chemicals from their systems, this really kind of goes against their autonomy in that. So let me just make sure I didn't have any other notes in here. Yeah, and so with the concern also that there's not any proof that potential chemicals being used do not interact with mental health, I also want to mention that because people do have chemicals in their bodies already, we also don't know if there's a co-occurring issue. So, if they already have medicines in their body and they have other chemicals coming into the sky, does that chemical then negatively impact the other chemicals that are already in their body? So another reason why I think consent is really important for that. And if we were to give consent and require consent for making sure that people are aware of these seeding or weather modification uses in our state, that it would give people at least the time to make preparations and say, you know what, I know this is happening. I'm going to stay inside today, or I'm going to make sure that my healthy crops that are organic are covered so it's not going to be impacted because they are so intentional with what they do in their life. And if we can do that, if we can't stop it completely, I would hope that at least we can put this requirement of consent and full transparency in the state in place.
Okay, well, thank you for sharing your perspective with us.
Absolutely.
From what you said, I guess you're most in support of the first section of the bill that basically repeals
I would
the
love that,
existing
yes. Yeah.
statute that allows weather modification.
Yeah.
And the second part, which is all about, an extreme drought emergency, that's less a concern of yours.
I mean, it is a concern because obviously, we want to make sure that the farmers and everything else are taken into account. If they have any questions, we need to have people who are actually living our lives in New Hampshire have the ability to speak up and ask questions and weigh in as well, and not just have these regulatory agencies being the one who has all of the power and control in a state that, prides ourselves on live free or die and having autonomy and the ability to speak.
Okay, well, great. Any further questions? Seeing none, I want to thank you for being here. And since I have no more pink cards on this bill, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 1128. And in 2 minutes, we will open another public hearing. Okay, please take your seats. I'm now going to open a public hearing on House Bill 1618-FN. And unfortunately, I have to report to the committee that the prime sponsor of this legislation has had a serious family emergency, and she cannot be with us to introduce the bill. So I've asked, that's Representative Litchfield, and I've asked Representative Nodder to introduce the bill on her behalf and convey her wishes and desires about the bill to the committee. So with that, I'll turn the floor over to Representative Nodder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I'm here to introduce House Bill 1618 for the sponsor who has asked that we find this bill inexpedient to legislate due to the fact that there's other bills that cover the same topic.
Okay, thank you. So that is, the bill is now introduced, and I will call on others to testify. But if you so choose, feel free to waive off if you've submitted a pink card. So first we'll call on Jason Gerhard of Northfield.
Thank you, committee. I did not realize this was going to happen. This is unfortunate. I do feel that certain things should be said since we're all here and you guys look pretty interested and still awake. On the comments related to this bill, obviously this is HB 1700 was initially introduced a couple of years ago, and multiple states have now outlawed geoengineering, and now this was the same bill, basically streamlined a little bit. I want to address the Cellular Telecommunications and Internet Association that submitted a letter in opposition to this bill. And in part, they're saying that this bill falsely assumes wireless technology is hazardous even when installed and operated in accordance with applicable regulations. These rules were established in 1996, and they have not been changed since. I discussed this at a previous hearing on a bill. That's absurd. The idea that it's safe because corrupt entities in D.C. have deemed it so, especially with all the fraud and stuff going on in D.C., government trust is near zero right now. And maybe at the state level, you guys are still holding on to single digits, but it really amazes me that, well, I don't know, maybe you guys don't believe the trade industry, but some of this stuff is just like, okay. And then I also wanted to address that Verizon and AT&T admit in their device protection brochure for Verizon and in AT&T's legal terms on their mobile insurance that pollution in the prior is defined as the discharge, dispersal, seepage, mitigation, migration, or escape of pollutants. Pollutants means any, it goes on multiple times, but chemicals artificially produced electric fields, magnetic field, electromagnetic field, sound waves, microwaves, and all artificially producing ionizing and non-ionizing radiation and or waste. AT&T says pollutants mean any solid, liquid, gaseous, et cetera, artificially produce electric fields, magnetic field, electromagnetic pulse, sound waves, microwaves, etc. It just seems odd that these companies are willing to admit that said emissions are pollutants, but we're led to believe through the Cellular Telecommunications and Internet Association that all is well because the federal government in 1996 decided so, and they don't see it. They don't see any reason to update these standards, these guidelines, well, the regulations, whatever you want to call it. And they're all based off of how it feels, literally. If it is not warming to the body, then it's supposedly safe. Really? I mean, okay. And then I just wanted to briefly discuss that they say in the letter, they also, I'm sorry, it's jumping around. I didn't realize this was going to happen. I thought this was going to go down a little different this hearing. But they say, moreover, federal law, I'm sorry, I was getting feedback. I thought somebody said something. Moreover, federal law preempts the proposals in this bill because state determinations that wireless infrastructure is not compliant, blah, 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 is basically saying that you cannot challenge the federal government's rulings on this. But let's think back to, let's say, 1850, the Fugitive Slave Act. The feds said you had to return slaves that escaped to the North. I don't understand why we're holding the feds to some kind of moral superiority. I mean, I think they've proven multiple times, and even in recent events, that that's not the case. So I'd highly recommend that this committee not just immediately ITL the bill, but really look into the wireless industry dangers and the fact that the feds have not regulated them since 1996. That means there's no reason why the state cannot look into this. Last thing I'll say is that the committees are supposed to be investigating things. And as far as I can tell, at least when I was on a committee, ED&A, from 22 to 24, we didn't investigate anything. These committees are really kind of just turning into rubber stamps as far as I can tell. I'm not insulting you guys. I understand you hear a bajillion bills, and it's after 4 o'clock today. So I understand that. But at the same time, this idea that all you guys are supposed to be doing is hearing these bills, and really these bills are coming forward because the current laws are not actually being enforced, and no one really knows what's going on with these agencies within the state, including DES, who's supposed to be monitoring this, and in prior hearings have admitted that they received multiple complaints about the cloud seeding and the spraying. They have received multiple complaints, and yet they claim they have no knowledge about it. So you receive said complaints, you spin around on your office chair for 30 minutes, and then you do not. It just makes no sense. So I think a lot of people are frustrated. Obviously, I am. And yeah, I hope you guys would do something. So thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Appreciate it.
Questions for Mr. Gerhardt? Seeing none?
Thank you.
We'll call upon Mr. Sean Bouchier. Bouchier, sorry.
Thank you for hearing me again. I just have two quick things I want to make to your guys' attention. I sometimes think cloud seeding is it's a broad term. People think, oh, cloud seeding, it's going to make it rain. It also is capable of making a drought. It's also capable of pushing moisture out of the sky. Like they all want to make it sound like it's some wonderful thing, like they're going to make it rain. But it's actually capable of making it dry and hot. They did it every single day this summer, and we were in the biggest drought in 200 years, and it's one of the hottest. So across the United States, it's the driest and the hottest. They're doing weather modification every single day. It's not coincidental that it's the driest and it's the hottest, and they're spraying the skies. They're using geoengineering. And to top it off, when it does rain, it's in a mass flood where it's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 inches of rain in one day. It's not helping anything. It's washing everything away. It's not like it's a nice steady rain for weeks and weeks and weeks and it's adding up. It ain't doing that. It's a crazy wash away of the rain, a crazy amount of rain. It's not helping anything, and it's all to line someone's pockets. Nobody cares. None of these companies care about the better being of the people or anything like that. And that second thing I wanted to say was DES keeps saying, and I've called and many people have called, that they have no information about cloud seeding, but it happens every single day. And on their website, it says you take 20,000 breaths a day, talking about how important fresh air is. But they don't want to look into fresh air at all. It should be very important because that's their job. That's all I have to say.
Hey, Sean, thank you. We appreciate you being here. Let's hear next from Gerald Bouchot. Welcome back.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Jared Bouchot, Bethlehem, in support of this bill. I just wanted to follow up on some of the questions we had on the House resolution earlier. It's like, in addition to the sulfur oxide particle aerosols, it's like they were being used. They're sulfur oxide, and that's the main research, one of the main research areas. There are others. Sorry, it's like I have to just take those. Some mineral-based. Well, it's like it's basically in fall is my everything that I said at the House resolution still stands exactly as it was. So it's like I want to just continue the conversation from there. Essentially, sorry about that. The additional things are mineral-based particles and metal oxides that can be brought into the atmosphere as well. It's like they are part of the SRM. It's like part of the stratospheric aerosol injection technologies that are currently being researched. The issue with that is like the sulfur oxide is relatively well understood. There are side effects. There are effects that have that can be around. Like I was saying, it's like that ultimately result in warming of the local areas instead of cooling down. The issue with some of the other lesser known methods are that we don't really understand what kind of interactions they may have, like these metal particles or the alkaline minerals that you can bring out. We don't understand what they have potentially in form of interactions with naturally occurring materials. So that is not well understood. You were also asking whether UNH is researching that. It's like, as far as I understand, they don't at all. It's like there are some aerosol research and some atmospheric research, but no, not specific around SRM and SAI. That was pretty much it that I just wanted to add. Again, it's like everything else stands what I was saying for House Resolution 35.
Representative Kaplan has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming up again. I'm going to ask you a question about the research that's being done, because you mentioned that most of this is in the realm of academia, and so it's basically at the research stage at this point. And from what I understand, the reason the research is being done is because we're not taking care of reducing our fossil fuel emissions fast enough in order to avoid the worst impacts of climate change and a warming climate, which is pretty much, you know, what everybody here is talking about. All the, you know, increased droughts, increased rain, that's all due to a warming climate. And so because we're not taking care of the climate impacts, we might have to, in an emergency situation, cool down the climate by spraying things into the air, which nobody wants to see done. However, there is research being done in case we need to use it in an emergency situation to prevent massive deaths. So could you just enlighten us? Like you said, it's not happening at UNH. Where is it happening, and at what stages is it at right now?
It is currently very theoretical at this point in time. It's like Harvard Kennedy School, I believe, has some research that is being done. There's some.
Please don't make extra. You have to have recognition from the chair to speak. Sorry. Go ahead, please.
Let me go through my notes here. Harvard University Solar Geoengineering Program, not Kennedy School. It's like I'm sorry about that. There's also University of Chicago research being done, and there are a couple of other universities, such as University of Washington and others, that are performing similar kind of research as well. St. Louis is also one of them that is included in those kind of collaborations. The idea here is that it's really very academic at this point in time. There are, to my knowledge, no governmental experiments that have been, or large-scale experiments that have been conducted. Everything that has been conducted so far has been extremely small-scale and limited to better understand what's going on.
Bullet, please.
Follow up.
So, I mean, for the benefit of everybody in here who has testified previously, can you tell us, in your opinion, do you think this is happening today or yesterday or the day before in the skies above New Hampshire? Is anybody cloud seeding or creating conditions to interfere with the atmosphere for any weather modification purposes right now?
So I don't have any indication that specific geoengineering is being done. It's like I don't have any indication, or I don't know about any kind of SRM or SAI program that are being done. Cloud seeding, I believe, has been done in the past. But I'm like I said, it's like I'm looking at this through an academic lens, not through a practitioner's lens.
Much.
Representative Thomas has a question.
Thank you. Representative Wendy Thomas, and this is not your bill, I understand that. However, you keep mentioning academia, and you keep talking about different schools and everything. And on page 5, lines 24 and 25, it says, each county sheriff shall deputize and train volunteer New Hampshire citizens to assist with the enforcement of this chapter. Is that even realistic to assume that volunteers would be able to understand this and apply?
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I would not know that, whether that's possible or not. It's like, I mean, it's like we have seen in other areas, such as, for example, ham radio, how volunteers and amateurs and specialists can be trained to do all kinds of very interesting things. I don't know whether this is possible in this case.
Thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, I want to thank you for your testimony today and for driving down here to be part of the committee activity. I have no more pink cards except one from the Department of Environmental Services. Mr. Fitzgerald is available to answer questions. Are there any questions? You would like to speak? Go ahead. Okay.
Understanding the sponsor's wishes, we did have some concerns, but I just wanted to point out that this legislation would require the Department of Environmental Services to go out and randomly sample aircraft, and it's not specific as to what aircraft or what we'd be sampling for, whatever. My same comments apply. We don't have any staff who are available for doing that. And the other thing, Section 3, Paragraph 3, Roman 3, line 22 on page 5, says, shall be deemed in violation and subject to the penalties of RSA 125 CD and I. I'm not sure how that exactly works. Those are very specific statutes to us that our toxics programs, our regular air permitting program, so on, they do have violations and so on, but it seems to me that it's kind of like saying shall be deemed in violation of the speeding laws. It's just, it's associating this activity with another statute that's unrelated.
Okay, thank you. Does
Thank you.
anyone have any questions for Mr. Fitzgerald? Seeing none. Seeing none, and having no more pink cards, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 1618 and recognize Vice Chair Thomas for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I make a motion that we open up executive session on HB 1618 FN.
Chair recognizes Representative McGee.
I'll second that motion.
Moved and seconded that we open an executive session on House Bill 1618. Any objection? I open an executive session on House Bill 1618-FN and recognize Representative Nodder for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To honor the wishes of the prime sponsor, I move ITL.
Recognizes Vice Chair Thomas.
Second.
Moved and seconded that we render House Bill 1618-FN as inexpedient to legislate. Does anybody have any comments that they would like to make about this motion? Representative Thomas.
Yeah, I agree with the intent that we should not be polluting and we should not be exposing humans to chemicals that are going to harm them. Believe me, I get that. There are just so many things in this bill that was presented that are vague. And so I just want to make it clear that I'm not necessarily against the idea of this, the intent of this bill. It is the presentation of the bill that is problematic. I just wanted to say that.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Mr. Chair, and I would agree that the intent of this bill is well-meaning, but if you read the entire bill, it's very detailed, putting authority in places where I'm positive that people would have no idea of how to enact it. I think at one time we thought somebody wanted to go up and have some planes come down, and how would you do that unless you had planes to go up there with them? It's just the penalties are vague and broad, and in some cases misplaced. The bill itself, we all agree we shouldn't be polluting the atmosphere. This particular bill, like was previously said, is very unwieldy and unlikely to be enforced at all. So for that reason, I support ITL.
Any further comment, Representative Bloget?
I also support ITL, but I do realize that these representatives who sponsor, co-sponsors, their constituents, along with myself, right, wrong, whatever, have a concern. And the concern is that they have not given permission. And it has been mentioned in this committee, well, we might just have to do this for the benefit of an ideology, that we're going to have to put things in the air. I just want to say that this was in good. We see this coming back and further, coming back once again because I'm going to hear about it when I go home, and some of the others. The good intention, this bill is not ready to go forward at this time. Thank you.
Representative Kaplan.
Mr. Chair, yeah, I support ITL on this bill. I support and I respect the intentions of the sponsors. I also would just want to say I just feel a sort of sadness that people are concerned about what's happening to the weather and to the climate, and they're basing it on conspiracy theories and misinformation, and it just it just feeds into the inertia and the lack of progress on actually trying to reduce the pollutants that are going into the atmosphere that actually would prevent some of the things that we see happening: extreme droughts, more extreme rain events. Those are real things, but it's just a way to divert attention from the actual things that would help us. And so, I support the ITL and I support the intention. I just have to express a regret that that the misinformation that feeds into this bill also prevents us from making progress on reducing the impacts of fossil fuels in the atmosphere.
Representative Partial.
Thank you, Chair. I echo Representative Corman's comments. With 97% of scientists attributing global warming to the abundance of CO2 in our atmosphere, and I can't find any scientists that have attributed it to silver nitrate. I think we should be following the science.
I think that was Representative Kaplan's comments you're echoing, not mine.
You said Corman.
Oh, Corman, pardon me, it's late, sorry.
Representative McGee.
Not to have everybody, no, I'm not piling on. I think I have a slightly different take, which is that the first time this bill came in front of us, we had people telling us that this was happening and that it was our government that was doing it to us. And we still have, and now we have had testimony today and other days that it is not, there's not evidence of it happening in New Hampshire. So it does feel like there's a disconnect between the urgency that we should try and solve for something that we have not had any proof in front of the committee that it's actually occurred. We had a witness today saying it's happening all the time, all around us. We had that same testimony the first time we heard the bill. And I have still not seen any evidence that the government or whoever other we're thinking is perpetrating this is actually doing anything that would affect our state. So I do appreciate, as we all do, the idea of protecting the environment, protecting people's health, and pollutants. We're all worried about pollutants, and they're everywhere. I mean, we've got plastics everywhere. We've got a lot of things that we have to guard against. But again, this bill is trying to provide a solution for something that we don't have evidence that we need to solve for. So
I understand that a lot of our constituents want us to do something about this subject. There's quite a few people in my own district that have approached me and said, we need to do something about this. But unfortunately, a bill that spends hundreds of thousands of dollars without appropriating said monies just can't move forward in the legislative process. There's no way that it can work. If you want to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars, you have to appropriate hundreds of thousands of dollars. And this bill doesn't do that. So while I understand there's a need to do something, unfortunately, I believe that this bill doesn't do anything because it can't move forward. Representative La Rochelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's said toxicity is in the dose. And likewise, I'd like to say the risk is hazard times exposure. So we're talking about many kinds of pollutants here, but we're not talking about the levels. For example, the EPA sets a level for arsenic in water. And I think it would be good for us to break down the different pollutants and assess the risk at some level and then do something. But right now, it's electromagnetic radiation, it's chemicals, it's this and that. And from a science point of view, electromagnetic radiation, we have things like cosmic rays, X-rays, they affect your body. But then we have infrared rays, and all they do is make you warm. So from a science point of view, you need to look at the energy. And so I'm advocating for a scientific approach to this. And let's look at the risk is the hazard times the exposure. And we need to break down these different classes. Thank you.
We seem to be in agreement across the board here. I would like to ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of the motion of ITL on House Bill 1618 FN.
Vice Chair Thomas,
Yes.
Representative Nodder,
Yes.
Representative Ploget,
Yes.
Representative Bernardi, yes. Representative Matson. Representative Schneller. Representative McGee.
Yes.
Representative Partial.
Yes.
Representative Kaplan.
Yes.
Representative Thomas.
Representative Wendy Thomas, yes.
Representative Corman.
Yes.
Representative Reynolds.
Yes.
Representative Blau Rochelle.
Yes.
Representative Swanson.
Yes.
Chairman Bose.
Yes.
15-0.
By a vote of 15-0, the committee adopts the motion of ITL on House Bill 1618 FN. Without objection, we'll put this on the consent calendar.
It's
Seeing
got
no,
an FN on it. I don't think you can you?
oh, that's a good point. That's a good point.
Even if it's ITL?
I think
Okay,
if it's
okay,
ITL,
all right.
it can
Yep,
go
yep,
on
yep,
consent. So without objection, we'll put this on the consent calendar as ITL.
No objection.
And Representative Nodder will write the committee report. And with that, we will close the executive session on House Bill 1618 FN. Representative Ploget, you have some blue sheet information you'd like to share with us. Is that true?
Yes, if you'd like it.
Yes,
After
we
the-
would.
Okay. The blue sheet on House Bill 1723. There were pro 5, 0 against. Online, there was 2 for it, 1 against, no neutral. House Resolution 3-5. There was the blue sheet, there was 4 in favor, 2 opposed. Online, there was 130 in favor, 4 against, no neutrals. The blue sheet on House Bill 1128, 7 in favor, 1 opposed. Online, 120 in favor, 3 against, 1 neutral. And last bill we had exec, HB 1618. I'm sorry, Chair, I didn't get that. Oh, I do have the online. There was 4 in favor, 8 in favor. It was 8 in favor, 4 opposed, no neutral.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you gathering that and compiling that information for us. So I think that completes our work for today. Out of here by 4:30-ish or so. I will remind everyone that we will be back here next Tuesday, which is January 20th, for a series of public hearings that start at 10 o'clock in the morning. We will not be here on Monday simply because it is a holiday and the building is not open. Going forward, we will meet on Mondays and Tuesdays. And I can assure you that we will meet January 26th and 27th and February 2nd and 3rd because we have 14 early bills that we have to complete before. On those dates, on Tuesdays, the start time will always be 10 o'clock because there are leadership meetings at 9 o'clock. But on Mondays, we may start at 9 o'clock. All right, thanks everyone for your hard work. I appreciate it, and we will see you next week.